Yeah, just doing some little last minute tidy up stuff here. Make sure I got all my tags and all that good stuff in. Tough to do all that stuff while you're trying to do it through the PlayStation. Don't make it too easy. Okay, put this in. All right, I think we're ready. Got all my tags in there. Info titles are all good. So all right. Welcome to another glorious day on the farm. What's up, Wolf Gaming? Yeah, man, it was awesome. I have no idea. Like I said, man, I'm like way out of my comfort zone on this thing, so it's cool, man. I'm excited to see this. So today, just gonna continue work. I've done some work on silage and some other stuff, so go ahead and crank in here and see what we've got going on. I haven't been on in a while. I've got some ideas of things I want to do next. Cut some grass. I actually probably going to wait and do double cuts. So as you can see, we've already got a nice little stack of silage coming in. Ooh, that's loud. Turn that down just a notch. There we go. So probably going to figure out whether or not yeah, somebody else fell asleep too, man. I typically have to do it at night. I got a wife and kid, and so those kind of have to come first during the day. Daddy plays at night, so it just kind of is how it is. Let's see, I don't have anything in the trailer. Nope. So found me a few shortcuts through here. Luckily, there's no collision zones through any of the trees in the woods, so you pretty much have free reign to just kind of drive through them. Wouldn't be like that necessarily in real life, but it is what it is. So this is double cut. Now, I have to look at something right quick because, see, this is, okay, so, and I hope for those that are watching later, kind of figure, see, I've basically got this, what I think this does, and this is something that I've been thinking about for the past couple days. I thought about this. Field 20 has not been fertilized. I do not own, I'm going to flip through here, I do not even own a fertilizer because I didn't want to waste the money on it. It's like $30,000. I'm like, I'll just double cut, it's not a big deal. So I'm not sure if this is a bug or if it was meant to be, but I almost kind of think this is like the oilseed radish. You got oilseed radish, you cut it, cultivate it, and it shows up. So I'm not exactly sure. It's showing that I'm at fertilization, plus I'm double cut. So that's why these mounds are so flipping high. So I actually, you can see, I can't pick the whole entire thing up in one go. So I don't know, this is crazy. I just kind of stumbled across that and was like, man, that'd be crazy if it's meant to be that way, because it's not on like that on Gold Crest. Because see, the tractor's shaking back and forth. And it gets the job done. It ain't pretty. It doesn't look very good, but I mean, if I triple cut it, there'd be no way I could even remotely come close to harvesting this grass, at least be able to drive over it. So tell you something I'm loving is loving the grass texture. Dang, grass texture is awesome. It's so much different, so much fuller. It actually looks proper when you cut it. Other thing I noticed is that the grass actually, when you cut it, only goes back to stage 1, which I'm not sure if the other ones do. I'm not sure if they take 3 stages and then they're full, or if they just take 2 and they're full. I'm not exactly sure, but at whichever way it works, and I like it. It seems like it grows faster once you actually plant it. It took forever to grow when I first planted it. I was kind of getting worried, thinking I'd done something wrong. So, I think that's all good and squared away. Can I get through here? Yeah, maybe. And we just rock crawl. Oh. Don't make it through. Yeah. So I'm debating. I've got a Wolf Gaming. If you could see it, I've got a poll set up, and just like what I would want people to, what they want to see next. I don't know if that's showing up on yours. I'm trying to do it through YouTube and PlayStation, so I'm not sure if it shows up or not. Let me know if it does. Now, if it doesn't, then I'll just I'll stop worrying about it. I think there's some discrepancies between the YouTube app and the actual PlayStation actually coming together. So, oh, they already found a new one. I might just have to tap that out. I knew they would, man. They always find new money glitch. I mean, it's, it took years for GTA to pretty much do away and figure out how to do it. So, okay, it does show up. Okay, cool. Yeah, eventually I actually downloaded the game show today and bought it, so for streaming wise. So that'll be cool when we go back and watch. Everybody will be able to see all the comments and stuff actually in the stream. So I'm not gonna put all that crap all over the screen like some of them other Twitch guys do, but yeah, I'm gonna put enough on there to where we kind of know what's going on if you want to go back and watch something or see something. So make it look a little bit more pro. I guess I'll go ahead and pick all these little on the way up. Because I'll be honest, I mean, I've kind of gotten this start into it now. I'm kind of hung with it. I'm like, yeah, I can start off from the beginning. That ain't a big deal. I have figured out it's freaking hard to. This grass is so thick, grows so thick that it's really hard to see your lines and see what you're picking up, especially if you windrow it. It's hard to see it in this grass. Oh man. I wonder who finds this stuff. Put a square bell in the auto stacker, then drive near the bell sell point, then reset it, and it duplicates all the bells. Wow. I guess it'd take you a lot of trips to do that, because those bells usually ain't worth nothing. That's funny though. Oh man. What? Well, that was stupid. There we go. Alright. I'll just pretend y'all didn't see that. Dang. Busted. Yeah, I heard this sound. I was like, what the heck is that sound? Oh, that's my trailer emptying. That's great. I was wondering why none of this stuff was picking up. Yeah, you can see right there. It's really hard to see what you've actually did. It really kind of seeps right into it. I mean, it's kind of crazy. So I guess effectively, if that fruit composition screen is right, by cutting this, I have fertilized it. So every single thing will be fertilized now. So that is pretty awesome. That's gonna be nice working. It's not gonna be any. I don't think once you get going in this map, it's not gonna take long to make money. I pretty much need to get my sheep numbers up, which is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm kind of contemplating on whether or not I buy the sheep, or whether or not I continue to do silage and then buy or release some of those other things, the conveyors, and shoot that in the chute. Oh, you know what? You're right. The reset point's right out there by the cows. You're right. So it threw me for a loop the first time because I figured they would just reset everything back to the shop like they do on the other two maps. Then they didn't. So yeah, that's okay. That's cool. Alright. One thing, the workers actually do pretty good. I think you can definitely tell they've done a little bit with the workers on this. One thing that's kind of tough is getting right here close, so I may actually have to erase a little bit of this bottom and maybe extend on the other side over there, but I'm not going to worry about it anytime soon. I'll just do it whenever I get my plow and all that stuff back up. But I think I might make another pass on this. I'm actually going to have to slow down, is what I'm going to do. It fills up quick. Here we go. I'm loving this camera sensitivity. Oh, so much better. A little tough driving. All the steering sensitivity and camera's a little sensitive in there, but when you need to turn around really quick, it does the job. Probably gonna go wind up getting me a leveler. I like those things. Either that or I'll start in this secondary slot right beside me. Probably need to start packing some of this down. And we'll pull this back down to 6. Yeah. Go ahead and I'll pull my help window up here and see what my 60 cents. Yeah, that's not bad. It does help with the big mounds. You can see how it does still kind of flatten things out, so it's not the worst. It ain't the best, but it's not the worst. I have to check on my animals here. So wolves, yeah, it's kind of getting there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That was the first time that's ever happened. It happens probably more now because I try to do a lot more inside the cab now that we have this that we have the stuff and the sensitivity change, which is nice. But yeah, that's happened quite a few times, especially on the other maps, logging and whatnot. I'll not forget to put straps on, then I'll look behind me, I'll have logs kind of working themselves out of the back of the trailer. That happens quite a bit because I love driving these cabs in first person. I wish they would do just a tiny bit of updating to the cabs and maybe put some lit textures and some actual gauges that illuminate at night. I mean, I would think the PS4 and Xbox could handle that. I mean, especially with everything else. I would think it would, but I don't know. I did actually go in and looked at some PC gameplay. I was actually looking at Lostberg 2, which is one of the other ones that's finally come out. You know, they've come out and said it's coming out for console as well. I'm looking forward to that one mainly just because it's got some logging on it. So this one will be great to have the full animal gambit set up with, you know, all the stuff you need. Yes, I do have the light trailer. That's, yeah, love that sucker. That's probably one of the most used mods in my arsenal when it comes to anything. There's a few of them that I do like. I do like the plow, but I don't use that all the time. I mean, I do at some point. I'll use it, but man, those lights, I'll throw them suckers everywhere. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Those that are just coming in, appreciate you. Hope you step around for a bit. Join in the conversation, man. You want to talk about something, just spout it out. Just working on grass today, filling up some silage and getting the sheepers in the pen going. Just enjoying this map, man. Just enjoying the map. Probably get this sucker up close to some. I'm probably definitely gonna have to go get a leveler. I don't want to. I'm good at it, just don't want to spend the money on it. I think I might want to actually try to get some more sheep and get that production up, but I don't know. I thought about a couple things. I got a little ahead of myself in my second episode, I guess. I got a second episode of coming there, and I said basically sold everything. I didn't really want to. I really didn't want to harvest. What is that? Field 6 and 11. I didn't want to harvest that crap with freaking 18-foot header. I'm sorry. I don't like to work that way. Try to work smarter and not harder, and I didn't really like that. So it was what it was. I couldn't really change it, but I probably should have harvested that because I'd have gotten the extra money for it. Fast forward through the night. Yeah, for those watch later, said that people stream don't use the light trailer mod because they fast forward through night, but the realism of the trailers, you spot on. I actually like working at night with those because they actually are not like a spotlight. They actually have a flood effect, so they light up a pretty big array of area. You just got to be careful with them though, because they I'm not sure what they do on this map, but I know in some of the other ones they typically tend to really kind of drop the frame rate if you get, 3, 4, 5 of them all in the same area viewpoint. It gets kind of tough, but Alright, I'm gonna leave that at 100. Go grab this last bit. I do wish, I guess as I get in here and play this a little bit more. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Hope you enjoy it. You want to see something, or we've got a lot of other videos and stuff going on. So if you see something, you want to see something, man, y'all feel free to hit me up. I'm all about just doing whatever's going to play to the better half of the community. PC's got a ton of stuff. They've got a ton of mods. They've got a ton of maps, and hopefully at some point like this year, we'll be there with the maps and some good solid mods. We did get a tractor reskin. I don't know if you guys have seen that. They didn't really make a big deal about that in the PlayStation store, but there is a new tractor skin for this, the Massey Ferguson 8700, which is the big twin-wheeled version, and it's just solid black. It looks pretty cool. I don't understand why that serves as a different tractor, because it's essentially just another skin, but I'm not quite sure their logic on that. I mean, just offer the skin and update the game with that skin in the garage, and that way it doesn't cost us an extra slot. Because the thing about that is it will cost you a slot. If you own the red 8700 and then you go buy the black 8700, it will cost you double the amount of slots because they treat them as two separate tractors. So, if you plan on keeping a big farm, it's going to be tough to do that with slot system the way it is now. I'll be honest, man, I was sitting here looking at actually this map just lends itself to having a dirty tractor. I didn't want to keep a dirty tractor in Sosnovka. I didn't want to keep one in Goldcrest. I'm like, no, I'm gonna keep my junk clean. No, not here. I'm like, yeah, let's keep it dirty. I like it dirty. I'm so happy for once they didn't give us a POS tractor to start off with. There we go. Perfect timing. So we'll check, see if I've got, see what my wool price is. Ooh. Guess I'm going to figure out, I'm going to drive back down to the shop and I'm going to see how much wool we actually have. I doubt we have a complete full pallet. If we do, I'll be extremely surprised. Yep, that's exactly right, Wolf Gaming. I did a video, a couple videos ago, but I did one when I kind of I actually hit the 100 limit. So you won't see your slot count until you get 100 slots left. And then when you get that 100 slots left, that's when it'll tell you what each one cost and how many slots you have left once you hit that 100 mark. So I've only hit it on Goldcrest, but I've actually got a lot of different equipment, so that's exactly why. But yeah, go ahead, Legion. What you got? Let's see. What is this? Hang on. All right, so this is a brand new mic. Does it sound? Let me ask you this: does it sound bad or good? I'll tell you what it is if it's good. Okay, cool. It is. I think I got it at Walmart. It's let's see, Planatronics. It's the rig, the iRig. It's the white. It's 4VR. So if you type in, if you're like Googling, it's rig 4VR. It's white. It's the one that they made to go with the PlayStation VR. Like the VR headset will actually fit to the earphones, and the mic comes out. I didn't expect the mic to be this good because I think this feels like $100. Yeah, I know, man. I kind of thought so too, and when I went back listening, I was like, man, that's not actually half bad. It's got a decent filter on it, and it was like $100. And the sound in the earphones is good. It doesn't have a ton of control to actually, separate and mute voice and all that kind of stuff. It does have this little cool thing. You just flip the microphone up and it mutes it. So you don't actually have to like reach for anything and switch it off. So that's kind of cool. But that's the first one I've ever had. I've always just had the standard little over-the-ear chat from PlayStation. Not the one that fits in your ear, but the other one that just kind of fit like the old Xbox Live ones. So all I had was the voices. I used my TV for the sound. But this is the first one I've had that actually puts everything in the headphones, and I like it a lot. So. Yeah, it's a good one. I think they got one that's like a gray camo, and then they've got another one that's white. Yeah. Well, and it's first time. I mean, I actually just, I do this a lot, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and invest in a decent one. I wasn't going to spend like some of those Turtle Beaches and some of those other games. I was like $200-300. I'm like, yeah, nah. I mean, the base in these is good enough that it gets the job done. You'll see me pull down this road. This is my favorite entrance to the farm. Love this. I'm not sure if you guys know. I wanted to point this out real quick because someone actually sent me a message and asked me about this. So when I'm riding over those bumps and you see how my head's really not moving, but you see how the tractor's moving, but I'm not like jumping all around. That's the actual dynamic vehicle camera. So it'll always stay true to the horizon in the actual game. So if you're wondering what that setting was, that was it, because someone actually asked me that question, which I never thought to let anybody know that's what that was. So there's your tip of the day. I'm really going to enjoy this farm, man. Once I get some money and start getting some things going, getting some wool production. Oh, wow, just one. Okay. Alright. I guess if I went and sold that, it'd be about 7 grand. I guess that's too bad. Keep the vandals out. I wish it worked, man. I so wish they had like a bulldozer for like moving crop. You just put a leveler on it. I don't care. That would be awesome. Yeah, none of the stuff that's around the farm. I thought there was there was something else around there. It was like a looked like a big tanker, and it had like a ring hitch on it. And I thought for sure that thing worked, and I didn't hook up. I was like, ah. Let's see. Actually, I'm not gonna need this for right now. Where am I gonna put this? The thing is, man, this guy's put a lot of storage in here, which I appreciate. I like the storage. Yeah, this one doesn't have any settings app. I mean, you pretty much just get you a couple buddies to kind of help you set it up. No, it wasn't that hard. I mean, it took me about 10 minutes to get a mic level, and then the only tough part that this one has that doesn't have, it's extremely comfortable on my head because it's got this nice like cloth elastic band that fits over the top of your head, so it's not like a hard rigid plastic. I feel like I need to like send this stream over to iRig and have them send me some money for giving them such a great product review. but it was good. I mean, it's extremely comfortable for wear for like 2 or 3 hours. My ears don't get sweaty. It's cloth cupped, and they're not completely sealed off, so I mean, it's not like it's noise canceling. But you know, I mean, if somebody's hollering my name or somebody needs something, I don't want to not hear them anyway. I had some guys that were on here. I don't know if any of them are watching that had were having problems with the gates. Seems to be that some people were actually, they said unplugging their PlayStation and Xbox. I don't really think that works, but completely closing the app down, completely restarting the PlayStation, and not coming from like rest mode back into it. They said that actually once they did that, then whatever did it kept the app working. So if anybody's having problems with the gates working on this map, it's kind of already been said, but yeah, that should help fix it. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, you got to take it all with a grain of salt. I mean, if you're paying, you know, I was not going to pay any more than 100, and I totally took a stab and took a guess on it as to whether or not it was going to be any good. I think I missed my turn. This is the hardest field to get into. I think it's right up here on the right. I always miss it. Maybe last time I hopped the hedge. I bet I did. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I think I wouldn't go pay any more 100. Yeah, I saw that one in Walmart, and that's exactly why I didn't get it. I don't have an oblong or ob-shaped head, but yeah, it didn't feel very good when I put it on. I feel like it was squeezing my ears together. So when I put these on, I was like, oh yeah, that's what I need. So I bought these really basically totally on comfort. Hmm. Well, let's see. So I think what I'm gonna do here, some of this has already been cut, but it grew up so fast I couldn't tell where it was to windrow it. So I think I'm just gonna cut, so you can see some of it over there, but once I get up to it, you can't see where it is. Let's see. Yeah, see how it all disappears? I mean, it's down in there, I just don't know where it is. I need to come plow and actually set me up a nice little zone in this, but I'll just have to do that later. I actually own this field. It's one of the ones that you own stock, but let's cut some grass and get some stuff in there while I'm waiting on wool production. But let's see. You know what, dude? I really don't know if they did. They may have. I can't tell. I haven't really done any kind of, any kind of major game stuff. I guess I could go over to my other two maps and just start buying a lot of equipment and see how long it takes me to get to that 100, kind of cache where it lets you know that, hey, you've got 100 slots left. I'm not sure. Nope, there was nothing said about it. There was a lot of interface fixing. They, of course, fixed that money mod, and a few other little things. It just kept saying bug enhancements and enhancements and improvements and fixes. So I have no idea. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it can be. I think it's kind of tough though. It's like it drags on the front of the tongue of the light trailer. The middle line tractors and the low tractors are like the best to pull that little thing with. You can pull them with the truck. They're just they're a little bit. What I mean, this is kind of bad. But what I normally do is I'll actually take two light trailers on the front of like this Massey Ferguson. I'll put one on the front, I'll put one on the back, and I'll just literally drag the other one on the front. It'll just crawl off to the side, but the tractor is plenty strong enough to just deal with it and just push it right along and not even lose any speed. So I typically just take them two at a time. I think I'm just going to cut this bottom half, and then I'll probably start running this little speed up time here. Get some grass growing and getting some of that wool production in, because I'll tell you what, I might be able to, while that's growing in, I might actually look and ask you guys another poll question and see. I got a decision to make. I'm either going to have to buy more sheep for more wool production and just keep cutting grass and filling up silage until I can offload it, or I'm gonna have to invest and get, or at least lease or get the conveyor belts so that I can offload this silage once it ferments. I've got plenty to do that already. What is the price on the silage right now? Oh, that would have been nice. 500 a ton. Well. Problem is, you got to have a lot of conveyor belts to get it from. You got to get it from one place to the other. There's a lot. I think I'll just cut to that tree and just do this little last part here and then see where it goes. Yeah, that was my first full. If there's a watch later, Wolf Gaming Network just said most people forget about the Valtra and how it can turn the seat and drive backwards. Um, yeah, I mean between that one and the Fendt tractor, once you get up into the big daddies, I like it. It's got a little bit more power than the S series, and turning radius is a lot better. Um, but both of those are top notch. I like both of them, mainly just for the reverse drive. Because the one thing, I guess if you're cutting grass, like I'm doing here, you can use these lilies only operate like this, front and the rear ones. The Pottinger Novacats are the ones that I call it batwing together. Um, they'll batwing together, and you can use them in that reverse drive position like we saw in that CGI trailer. So that's kind of cool, but you can't hire a worker like that. I don't know why. You can only hire a worker to do a predetermined field if they've got a mower in the front and got a mower in the back. That's the only downfall of it, but I love the reverse drives doing the leveling and the silage pits and any of that stuff, because it's a whole lot easier. You get a lot more range of motion in the back end of the tractor, and yeah, it's definitely, it's fun too driving backwards. You don't have to back up sometimes, especially if you back in long trailers or something. If you got enough space there in between it's easier to back it up without having to swing to the outside view. Yeah, I like New Holland. I kind of think we just got New Holland out from 15. New Holland encased out, so I typically won't buy anything but Massey Ferguson and Fendt. I think that's exactly why. Oh yeah, yeah, in 15, yep. That's about all we had. Was we had that, we had New Holland and a few case tractors. That's just about it. I mean, we don't really have a huge selection of stuff, so. Let's see, I'm gonna go ahead and speed it full, but we'll speed it up a little bit to get that grass to grow, so we're not just sitting here since we don't have a ton to go. Because I guess I need to do some math. Safety triangle. Yep, I remember that. I actually like the little let's see, what are they? Yeah, I like these, the Zators or the Zators. I like those. I like the bigger one. It's a little better. A little more power, the Forterra HD. This is still, man, 1455 case is still my favorite old tractor. Like, I don't know why. That one in the Deuce is okay, but I don't know why I love that case. It sounds good. I think that's my thing. I wish they'd updated a few more of the tractor sounds, but it still bugs me that when you get into the tractor, if you've got the automatic engine start off, that you hear the hum before you hear the start of the engine, which I don't know. I get that, just it's a little detail. Little detail, it bugs me. All right, let's see here. Alright, so write some numbers down here. Get the old pen and pad out and my calculator. And at least figure up how much of these and what the lease price is on some of these without going too far, because I probably will lease this stuff. I don't know. So that's $550. Like some of this I might be able to buy some of this like $1,000 versus $12,000. And that's 800 initial versus, yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. You guys can comment what you think. I'm thinking that instead of buying more sheep, it's gonna take a while for me to get, because I am sped up here, but I bet my reproduction, yeah, see, reproduction rate is extremely slow. So I'm gonna have to I'm just gonna have to go buy more. So I guess I need to concentrate on the silage part. All right. Let's see how much. It's pretty close. All right, good. All right, so here's what we do. Just in case we screw this up and I get myself in trouble, I'm gonna say always save it before you start buying stuff. That's your tip of the day. That's your tip of the week. That's your tip of the month. That's your tip of the year. Always save the game before you start buying something, because that way, if you do something and you're like, crap, that's not going to work, especially early on. That's done. What's the point of putting potatoes and beets in pallets? You get paper. Yeah, I thought that was for you, Paul. The pen and pad man, pen and pad and the calculator. Yep, that was exactly for you. Um, Now, the point of putting potatoes and beets, honestly, I don't really know, because my assumption is that it's just another operation. I don't think you get paid any more for it. It's a lot more. I've done it. It's just a lot more work, and you don't make no money on beets and potatoes anyway. It's more or less you have this little, tiny little field that you run some beets in, and you can use that for. Your pigs and stuff. That's really the only reason I need it, because it is, you have to do so much harvesting to actually make that happen. So yeah, I won't be doing potatoes and beets on stream, I can assure you of that. So let's lease. I think I'm going to lease like 1 to 3 what you should. Oh yeah, have they converted the money algorithm from euros and 70? I think it does. The way the 17 does and the way they did the algorithm, at least what I've seen, is it is a supply and demand. So I don't think in the spinnery it necessarily works this way. I think main thing is, let's just look at the Chellington stores. You can see now it's going up quick, which is what is that? That's canola that's going up quick, because I'm on 60X. So it's going up pretty quick. Now, if you were to leave it like that, as soon as you start dumping in canola, it's going to start regressing back. So basically, this is the only way for you just to kind of get an idea, especially when you're dealing with crop. It's the only way to kind of get an idea where you're going first, and it gives you a base to base what you're going to actually get. Now, you're not going to get that like, you can pretty much say that per every little package of wool that's actually in the crate itself, that's up to 4. So that's $7,100. That'd be effectively $7,149 times 4. But that's not exactly what you'll get, because as soon as you start putting it in there, the demand of the wool goes down. I don't necessarily like that, but they keep that so that people can't just like completely mass and off sell all of their crop and save it for when it gets 8,000. As soon as you start doing it, it starts coming down. So I guess that way so you can crash your console having a pile of potato pods. Oh yeah, I've never done them. I don't know. You just can't make no money at them. I just won't. I can't stand them. I bought the Homer DLC in 15, and I wasted a whole $10. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah. Okay, so this little thing right here is the baddest little gem in the game. This little Terrafellis 2 Eco. This thing is absolutely monstrosity awesome. But I'm completely ticked that it only does sugar beets. Like, something like that should be able to do other things. Now, they do, of course, have a mod in PC that allows them to just pick it up and do whatever they want to. They can pick up wheat. I was like, man, I would be just flipping stuff out of my trailer everywhere on the field just so I could run back behind that thing and pick it all up. Because that thing, if you have like an old money mod map or something, go in there and use one of those things. Like the crane and the little tipper conveyor belt off the backside, dude, it is awesome. It is awesome. I love it. But unfortunately, it only does beats, so I guess if I'm going to have to use it, I'm going to have to break down and do that one day eventually. But yeah, that's not going to be today. Alright, let's see here. So I am going to go ahead and go ahead and let's see. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and go drive to lease, get all that stuff, and I'm going to start getting our conveyor belts. I would shovel it, but I don't really want to. And I guess since I've saved it, if I don't have enough conveyor belts to reach the chute, then I guess I will have to. Because right now I don't really have a big enough bucket. So I'll be glad when I'm not on this. I'll be glad when I'm not on this stretch of having to. Let's see. Can I go this way to the store? Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. Yep. Yeah, for those reading later, yeah, Wolf said he wished that Homer could pick up anything. Yeah, PC has the mod. They can pick up anything with the mod. No. Yeah, Paul says potatoes and sugar beets are worth the work. No, they're not. They're nowhere near close. Because you can't seed and cultivate and fertilize like you can with all the other crops. They're always extremely cheap. I mean, I want to say price-wise, let's see. Okay, maybe it's on the other one. There's another one. Gosh, I can't remember where it is. There's another one. It's a wheat, barley, all that stuff is about the same price. I mean, you look at potatoes, it's $248. I mean, wheat is like $470. Like, are you serious? Of course. Like, let's go do it. Oh, and I can sell off all my stuff. Nope, I think that's really once you kind of like, honestly, once you get bored, like here's something to do. It's like, hey, I haven't done sugar beets. Let's do sugar beets because they seem awesome. And they're not bad, honestly. The Homer DLC, the Homer sugar beet harvester is pretty awesome to drive. I mean, I actually enjoy harvesting it. It's just, if you're planning on using that stuff to try to make some money, you just don't. I mean, I'd rather go by and let a harvester. Now, the one thing, at least you can hire a worker. I mean, but like the potato harvester doesn't have a big capacity on it, so you're constantly flipping a trailer down the field trying to unload that thing. I said it in the first couple of streams that I did. It's funny, there was a guy on the forums that said he actually took on the Field 5 on Goldcrest Valley, and it took him 6.5 hours to do the sugar beet one with the Homer harvester. And I was there's absolutely no way you could pay me you could pay me real money to do Field 5 sugar beets. No way. I know they didn't do it in. No, they didn't do it in the actual update. I know it was like this pretty much from the start. But I think they seriously slowed down the conveyor belts when it comes to unloading anything. Should lose 10% yeah. Well, thanks, dude. Man, that means a lot, man. One of these days, I mean, I'll be honest with you guys, mainly because my wife's in the bed and she can't hear what I'm saying right now, and she doesn't know what my name is, so y'all keep that hush hush. But I told her, I was like, I want to do YouTube. She's like, what do you mean you're going to do YouTube? Like it's some kind of a nasty little thing. I was like, no. I said, I'm seriously going to do it. I said, man, I'm just a gamer. I said, I love it. My daughter, we were sitting here literally playing. She's 4. And I downloaded a little kind of a $4 copy of Euro Truck Simulator on my computer. I put that sucker on there, and I've got like this old flight sim joystick, like a yoke, and because I used to do a lot with X-Plane Sim, and so she's like, today she's begging me, Dad, can we do that drive thing like we did the other day? So here she is, like driving transfer trucks on Euro Truck, and I'm like, yeah, that's my girl, that's my girl. So I told my wife, I was like, yeah, so I'm seriously going to do some YouTube. She's like, okay, that's kind of weird, but you know, you do what you want to do. So yeah, it means a lot, man. I appreciate that. And maybe one of these days I can maybe get a check from YouTube from my advertisers and be like, boom, Daddy's going to get a new computer. Well, um, you know, I mean, I would be lying if I said that I was just, you know, want to do it for YouTube and all that other stuff. I mean, I really enjoy the game, but I also enjoy putting quality stuff and like helping people do stuff on in the game. You know, it's I mean, it's it's not why I do it, but it definitely gives, because I can't tell you how many times I've spent hours neither scouring YouTube or looking for some way to do something, and usually you find a way to do something, but you don't find like the best way or the most like realistic way to do something. Um, and so I guess just looking at this and actually knowing a little bit about farming myself, I was able to, you know, put some of this stuff together in some of these videos. So I mean, it's a lot, man. I appreciate that. Um, I definitely try to put quality stuff out there, and stuff that's going to help people. And I'm gonna get here into the store, and it looks like my dog has got to go out, so just give me about 30 seconds for him to go whiz a leak out in the yard, and I will be right back. That's great stream quality. I'm glad you guys really, you know, I'm sure y'all enjoyed that. All right, I'm back. Thank goodness I got a dog that gets it done quick. He's aggravating sometimes, but well, he knows how to get out. It's cold here, so he don't like the cold. He gets out there and he's done. All right, let's see. Let's lease us some conveyors. So I usually like to start in the back and work my way up to the pit. We'll see if I've got enough if I get this. Yeah, I know. I think it's I don't know if it's their I'm not sure if it's the physics and the collision that's happening, because I noticed if you turn it off, it'll do the same exact thing. I'm not actually sure if it's doing it right now, because I know once you get it close to a trailer, you can actually see the whole entire. No, it's not moving. You can see the whole entire tractor start to slide when you're beside other trailers, which is extremely aggravating. But especially if you do wood chips, I'll do wood chips, and you'll see the exact same thing. It's aggravating. All right, so let's start here, and lease is 1320, so I'll write that down. And then I know my other one is 550. This is a shout out to Paul for the pen and paper method and the calculator on the iPhone. Oh, thanks. Email me to let me know that Full Tilt Gaming is streaming live. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's glad to know. Let's see. What's going on, Dragon Killer 400? How are you? 1320, 550, the 700's 2000. So yeah, I think we're gonna have plenty, but we'll just get them one by one. So we'll lease that for 1320. Sure. And at some point, once if you decide to do, or kind of maybe even go in this method, just be real careful on the lease stuff. Like, it's a great thing, but you really want to make sure that you use it as sparingly as possible, because they'll jump up and get you, especially if you don't have a lot of money, because once that money's spent. Oh really? Oh, there it goes. Because once that money's spent, it's like it's not usable. So you can't use more to replace it, and you can't get more unless you got bells to do the new money mod. So you know you're kind of SOL when it gets to that point. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Y'all jump in conversation, man. You guys want to talk about anything, talk about it. I am in the mood to talk anything and all things farm sim. I'm in completely on cloud 9 with this new map, so I'm ready to rock and roll. Alright, so we'll get this. Try to extend everything out as far as I can. Copybook. Yeah, Paul. Paul come and said he's buying Christmas trees today. Thought it'd be pretty cool if they had a mod to logging side of the game where they had great demand for Christmas trees. Yeah, that would be awesome. They had the zombie thing in Halloween. You know, why let's just change some furs. Make the furs, make them like the actual Christmas tree furs. I mean, that'd be dope. I'd be game for that. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw that at Halloween, that all the guys around Goldcrest were walking around like stupid zombies. I was like, well, it's trivial. It's novel idea. Extend this all the way so I can hopefully only do a couple of. Well, it went a lot further than I thought it would. Alright, we'll fold the belt there, and to get these to. Does anybody know what the change angle is? I'm so totally open for what the change angle is. Like, to me it doesn't change anything, but maybe it does and I just don't even know what it is. Yeah, I'm totally up for what you guys think that is, because I would actually like to know. $75.40. Woo! Son! I pulled out yesterday, and of course, in America, we always look left first, because that's where our oncoming traffic's always coming. We look right last. It don't matter where we're turning, you always look left first. Yesterday, I went out there, and I guess they drive pretty quick on these roads. I'm not exactly sure, but anyway, I looked left and pulled out, and I literally got creamed in the front end. It was hilarious. And of course, I wasn't streaming, so I was like, man, that would have been a great moment. Oh, language to go. Okay, well that makes sense. That makes sense. I can buy into that. Yes, I know I'm probably going to need 2 of these, but because if I've got enough, which it looks like I'm going to have enough, I'm going to go ahead and get a leveler. Oh, there you go. What's the high demand for potatoes look like? Whew, 238 bucks, really? Yeah, that's the cheapest thing besides sugar. 173. Wow. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. I mean, you're only a third of what selling cow crap's going to cost you. That's pitiful. You don't have to do anything for the cow crap except feed the cows. Yeah, this road's busy, man. The thing I like about it, one thing I've noticed pretty quick on this map is you obviously don't have a ton of road networks in this map, but the ones that you do have are pretty stinking busy. But their time, let's see, what's the right word for that? They're certain times of the day they get busier. Yeah, see, if I'd had the stream, dude, I so would have done that, which would have been good I may have to pull that other one. That may have to be the first one. For those that are new watching, I was out there with the loading wagon trying to pick up my double cut windrow of grass, and I actually do everything from inside the cab, or at least I try to do as much as I possibly can. And the next thing I know, I turn around and I look behind the thing, and like the back flaps open, and I'm just spitting it all back out in the field again. So, and I did that for like half the field. I was like, whoops. All right, let's. It's actually going to need to turn this around, but figure how much length I've got. So it looks like I'm going to need at least one more, and then I'll do a leveler, and that way y'all can see a leveler in action, and then I'll be able to get some of that out of the spillway there in the front, where I never put it there, just, you know, I guess it packed out that way. I actually really like the conveyors. A lot of people can give them heck because they feel like it's you know, kind of cheats the system or cheats the game, but I definitely don't feel that way, because they're actually quite the challenge if you've never really done them, to get them to set just right. I never connect them together though. That's probably my secret. I leave them all undone, and I just turn the engines off each one, and that way they don't move, and then it'll do crazy crappy stuff whenever you least expect it. Yeah, selling bales now, it's you know, I mean, if you're just doing the byproduct, I mean, the other thing too, now this is something I really gotta look left first, better look right. See, there it is. What was I thinking about? Selling bells. Trigger my thought here. Selling bells, selling bells, selling bells. Oh yeah. If you're using swath out of the back, especially if you got cows, I'm actually wondering, now each bale's worth 4,000, but since you can shovel in silage, I wonder if you can shovel in grass and shovel in not the bale itself, but actually shovel in because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the telehandler bucket, well, it's 4,500. Yeah, might would work. You need to find something that had 4,000. That would be the same, and that's 3,500. So that'd be the closest thing besides the bucket. But I was wondering if you could actually use that byproduct like that and actually have that as a mix instead of bales. Be interesting to see. I mean, especially if you're just starting out and wanting to do, if you want to have the harvest stuff and do those kind of things, it would be a cheaper way without having the hay baler. But I mean, if you don't sell everything in the first, like I did, kind of hastily, I wish I'd have kept some of it, then done my harvesting, and then sold it all. That would have been perfect. But I was just dead excited. I couldn't stand it. Yeah, I actually sent a message off to Oxygen David. I don't know if you get it, but I just sang his praises for the entire email. I just told him how how grateful we all were for this map. Because I don't know if you guys know it or not, but he is a member of, let's see, what do they call it? Mappers Paradise. I believe that's the name of their group. And he's a member of a community of modders that's done like Portlandville. There's Thorough something farm. And then there's this one, there's Chellington. and there's like 3 or 4 other like big name maps for PC. So if this goes really well, and the overall consensus is very positive on, you know, Facebook and the comments and the sections from like from the forums, then it might be possible that some of those other maps kind of start coming, because you know, Giants kind of stepping in and helping him out was big. I don't think anybody really realizes how big that was for a, you know, an actual paid money developer to step in and help someone do something for free. That was pretty awesome. I'll give kudos to Giants for that one, because they definitely didn't have to do that. They could have just stuck it to us and said, well, so maybe we were a little wrong. You know, we're sorry, guys. You know, we apologize. But hey, buy the season pass, please. Y'all can join us and look at the pictures at FarmCon 2017. So, yeah, I'm not bitter. Not bitter at all. Alright, you know what? I need to go and get that leveler. This is actually going to work. So, basically the way the lease will work, for anybody that's watching that doesn't know how lease will work, it'll take pretty much that money every single time. Now, these are very cheap items, but I wanted to have enough to get the leveler, so let's just take this one. So your base cost is 250 per operating hours, 250. So whenever you start actually operating this thing and you actually turn the engine on, which makes me, I need to make sure I turn this one off. Yes. So each hour that it's in actual operation, it's engine running, means that you're going to be charged $250 an hour. Now, that's in the grand scheme of things, that's absolutely not a lot of money, but when you add a ton of them, it is. But this is enough to get us going with this silage. And actually, since I get these set up, I may actually, depending on how much I have in this bin, I may go ahead and try to unload me a few more loads in here while I've got, yeah, I'm at 463,000. So basically, you take 463,000, divide it by 2,000, that gives you your tonnage. And then you take that tonnage and you would multiply it times whatever it's selling for, which right now would actually be awesome because it's selling for 444, and that's going to give you a rough estimate about how much money you're going to make off of it. It gives you an idea, and that will change as well. So yeah, well, you know, Paul says something I think a lot of people do. A lot of my friends have said the same exact thing. You know, that they've said the same exact about not buying the season pass. He said he didn't buy the season pass, didn't think it'd be worth the extra 30 bucks. I bought it. Look at the tailgating me. You serious? So I guess the way we looked at it was, I was like, well, if I'm gonna do this YouTube thing, I'm gonna let it be a little bit. I'm gonna have to get everything so I can do proper reviews and, you know, let people know and let console guys especially know whether or not the stuff's gonna be worth it to have. So I guess that's the reason that I did it. Had it not been for that, then I'll be honest with you, I probably wouldn't have gotten it. I think about half the DLC in 15 I liked. Some of it was redundant. I think Giants is missing the boat on yeah, no, you can't flip traffic, because this is actually a legit place in the UK. Like, Chellington is a real place. So I think I was corrected by one of our other well, no, you can turn traffic off, but there's not as traffic to make them actually flip to the other side of the road. But you can turn traffic off if you don't like it, or if it's, you know, unsettling to drive on the, I don't know, wrong quote unquote right side of the road, depending on where you're from. Oh, here we go. That's nice. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this off to the side, because I don't want this filling up with grass yet, because I'm gonna need to get a few more. What? It's already got grass in it. Are you freaking... Oh my god. Alright, so I guess you gotta be actually in there. I'll leave this off to the side. It's not the end of the world, it just aggravates me. Alright, now let's go get a leveler. I have not done the leveler on the Massey on the front yet, so this will be good. Man, I am going to die on this road right here. Yeah, I think, let me just check because I want to make sure I tell you. I'm pretty sure. Nope. Same stuff you always had. Is this traffic even on there? Am I missing it? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, you can just turn the traffic on or off. Pretty though, man. This map it's pretty. I'm impressed more and more. 68. Yeah, why not? Let's do. Yep. So obviously wheel loader, and then you got a 3-point one. Let's just go ahead and buy that. That's good enough there. Yeah, it's probably I've kind of had something similar to me. I've had something similar to me happen on with that thing, because you get out there and you actually, when that thing, if you take a turn too sharp or take it too much where it slings the light behind you, that thing will wrap up like a rope around a light. Except mine happened on a tree, except I just kind of did one of those glitchy things where it like shook, convulsion, you know, just convulsed against the tree for a while, and then it finally relaxed. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with the that long trailer mod, the dual axle one that we got. I've had some fun with that one. Whenever the hitch sinks into the ground, that's kind of funny. Alright, let's see. We'll do this here in a little bit. Let's drop that off there. We'll go ahead, and while I'm at it, I'll just cut that one field one more time. Then I'll throw all that stuff up in there, and I will be ready to start getting paid. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. There's still the little quirks about this game. This has got some funny moments though. Let's see, now I've already cut that once, so this will be a double cut, so that'll be good. You get me a lot extra in there. Also wanted to, I don't know if I said this in the first couple of streams. So the wow, so that gives you an idea how dark this map is. And I even got the brightness on my TV turned up. So I was noticing that we've got all the tanks, we got fertilization, we've got everything actually in the farm this time, which, you know, with Goldcrest and now Sosnovka we had fertilizer there, and yeah, I guess we did have seeds. But Goldcrest, they took all that away and you had to do them pallets. So I think right there is seeds, and then fertilizers on the left side right here, and then your water is down there in a tank. Now you got to pay for your water. So here's the thing: if you look on the map and find that creek, depending on if you're using, you can back anywhere in that creek that you can back your water tank into. You can get free water out of the tank, out of the creek, and you don't have to pay for it, and it will fill your water trailer all the way up. So just there's your other dual tip of the day there. I was about to say it's almost midnight, so that would be the tip of the next day, but I'm not quite there. Yeah, so there you go, 561, 330, 760 vehicle running. So that's just leasing cost. I have an upfront. have an upfront cost. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, I have an upfront cost and I have a per hour, so I haven't actually started running that per hour yet. So that other lease cost, I mean, vehicle running cost was probably me and the tractor. But anyway, back to the water trailer. Hopefully, I don't know why they've not been able to put a mod out for, because once you get a bunch of stuff in there, I've got 280 sheep in my first legit farm. That's complete, all legit farm. No mods, no money, no money glitches or nothing. And I've got 280 sheep in it, and they take, I want to say it's like 21,000 gallons of water and take 52,000 pounds of grass to feed them. That's if they're all the way empty. So, I mean, you know, crying out loud, man, you could, I mean, that thing only holds like 7,000. So you put 7,000 in that sucker and you got to do it, you know, 4 times. You know, that money adds up quick. So if you get it free from the creek, I'd do it all day long. Tell me if you the pay wheel loader under its own page or Kramer. Yeah. So Wolfgang was saying, yeah, the Kramer. Yeah, you're exactly right. You basically get all the wheel loader stuff in the front. But yeah, for pallets and all that, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. Because on the cheapest, yeah, it's 92 grand. Yeah, because the mod's 105. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I guess if let's see. I saw PC got is that going to run? I bet it's going to hit it. Oh yeah. There we go. Did I cut this already? Yeah, I guess I did. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn time scale down now. I'm just gonna run 5x. That way that I keep the grass cut and I can actually see where my new lines are. I can actually windrow it a little better. So this is a lot of, I had actually, you know, one of my buddies asked me why. He said, well, why'd you go in and plow? He said, you bought the plow, and I'll tell you, I bought the plow, and I bought the I guess it was the Vaderstad 600. It's the 6-meter one. It cultivates and seeds. And he said, well, why'd you buy both of those and then resell them? Why didn't you either just keep them or why didn't you do whatever? And I told him, I said, basically because I ran out of money. Because looking at it the way, when I started trying to figure out how to do this, I should have done wheat first. I should have harvested all that wheat even though I didn't want to, and then I would have been able to have the right formula, and I would have had enough money to basically do what I wanted to do and keep everything. So that just didn't happen. So when I told him that's what I did, basically what I did was I set a plow and plowed this whole entire area up, and then I came back and then seeded the whole thing. But that was only so that I could actually have the workers do this stuff. If you go back and watch any of those videos and say, well, do I really have to do that? The answer is no. You can do exactly what I did on the other field, on field 18. But once you get enough things going on, it really helps big time to have the workers come in and actually cut grass, windrow, and all the stuff that we used to have to be able to do in 15. Used to have to do that stuff. So now workers can do it all except for picking it up, which is not a big deal. I mean, at some point you buy farm sim so you can freaking farm sim. So that's something just kind of keep in mind if you're looking at how you started versus maybe I would like to maybe start with grass. Maybe I'll go back and see how he did that. That'd be the only thing I'd add to it. You may just revamp how you structured that, doing all that, and then sell it all and then buy what you need for the grass part. You can also keep the original cedar. It's just like at 3 meters, this is a 3-acre field. I was like, at 3-meter strips, I was like, I am not going to sit there and do that. I just don't have that kind of patience and time. The only reason I'm sitting here cutting grass is because this is a brand new map and I'm still super duper excited about it. I never did cows on Goldcrest or Sosnovka. I did in 15, but I've not done anything with them yet in 17, mainly because I started running out of slots because I run into forestry on Goldcrest. So once I picked up forestry, there was really no way for me to actually go in and do the others. So I just kind of had to, I had to balance the two and figure out which one I wanted to go and figure out where I wanted to go. But this is definitely going to be my, it's probably not going to remain a silage map once I get enough and actually start breaking into getting some bigger harvesters and stuff. Like, I'm going to start working some of the fields, or at least like work half of them on a time, do some baling and try the new baling stuff that we have. And I never use the auto stack. We've got that new baling fork mod, which is kind of cool. I mean, you pick up like 3 or 4 with them by itself. So hopefully that stuff will it'll kind of balance out here on Chellington. I'm kind of excited. I'm glad everything's in the same area. Be able to buy some little smaller tractors that you really didn't do for the other ones. I need to be careful I don't get too close here. Yeah, about went in the water. Yeah, I probably need to pull the edge of this field up just a little bit. I'm gonna be careful I don't fall it in the water. It's pitch black out here, and I am doing it 3 o'clock in the morning, cutting grass in the middle of the United Kingdom. Yeah, Wolfgame said, for those watching later, he found it annoying that you wanted a grass field in 15, so he deleted it, so you couldn't get it squared due to the weird shape of the plows. The only way, it's not so much a thing anymore. No, you can't do that anymore. You used to be able to have to set grass on 15. You would actually set grass, and you could actually set a worker, and it would run a straight line as long as you were square with what you were lining up against. So as long as you were perpendicular to the stretch of your field, it would actually cut a perfect straight line across of it from a worker. But now, what's the, oh, okay, let's get you squared back away here. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, so after you do, you can actually do that and go straight across. Now with this one, yes, the cultivators you're referring to, I believe, and you can correct me if you're wrong, is the new modded ones, which are fantastic. They're a little bit more expensive, but they still have great working distances, and the horsepower is a little bit up on them. You still got to have a pretty strong tractor to pull them, but they at least give you a square. So if you want to do a square, the only thing that I don't like is that the AI will not create a field for you. So you have to do the create field. You have to do that yourself. I'll cut this last little strip, and then I'm gonna hurry up and move on right along. I'd welcome some of the new guys. See, there's got quite a few more watching, and there's a few that bounced in and probably bounced out. It's totally cool. I didn't get a chance to welcome them, but for those that are new, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you guys checking it out. You got something you want to talk about, or you got a question, man? Please feel free to hit me up, man. I've thoroughly enjoyed talking with everybody and meeting some new guys. I mean, I've got a crew of guys that I normally do this with, but the weekends are a little slack because one of them, he kind of goes out of town in and out to do some things, and the other guy's kind of waiting on a logging map to kind of come in. So the farming and animal thing isn't quite his thing. So I kind of left on the weekends to doing this. So I appreciate you guys keeping it interesting and talking and keeping the conversation going. That helps a ton. Yeah, the Corvettes is good. It's a little old, but it's a solid tractor. I would love it if they'd come up with some type of a mod that fit on the back of that thing that was like because that's the perfect tractor to do skiff log loading outside of the woods and being able to strap, you know, 4 or 5 together and be able to strap them, pull them out of the woods. That'd be awesome. Let's see, since all this is here, I'm just going to lay this up here. Yeah, if I'd have been a little bit more smart about that, I think oh, yeah, man, shoot, man, no problem. Yeah, I don't require anyone do anything except just treat others the way they want to be treated in chat. That's it. That's my only rule. Yeah, you know, the FDR, they've actually, that one logging map they got, it's a specific one. I can't remember the exact name of it. I might have to look it up here in a minute. I'd actually do that right quick. There's a specific something, and it's like nothing but this almost kind of like swampy, muddy looking map with tons of trees and just these deep wood kind of, you know, clear you out a path and a landing, and some of it's pretty flat. And I like the concept of their modded vehicles, like the excavators with the big huge cranes. And that's it, Pacific Inlet. Yeah, Wolf just pulled it with Pacific Inlet. That's it. And then they've got these, they've modded these great, could be great tractors, but unfortunately they're not like. Unfortunately, they're like, the quality of them's pretty slack. So I doubt they will be making their big debut into ours, just because it's just not, the quality's not there. Watch him live build it. Yeah, it's they've got the stuff. I mean, they've got the idea with the loaders. Because my thing, I understand why Giants has not been able to come up with this. Logging, all they need to do is come up with an excavator type crane. Mod vehicle that has the big claw at the end of it that will pull, you know, like 4 or 5 logs. Like, it doesn't have to grab like the train crane on Goldcrest and grab like 10. It just needs to like work and grab like 3 or 4. Like, heck, if it just grabbed 4, I would be happy. And that way you could actually load into a trailer, or you could load out from a trailer, stack the wood, or you could load it from the trailer and actually like load it into a train. Just the options are endless. Not to mention, it'd be cool to be able to actually take that thing, put it on a trailer, take it out to where you're doing your logging, load it up on the loader, pull it in. I mean, that would be top notch, man. I'd love that. But I doubt the quality, because I know there was, I don't know if you guys follow anything. Yeah, Wolfgang said does texture in some kind of paint program. Yeah, I don't know what he uses on it, but they're like really flat. They don't have any specular mapping. They don't have any bump mapping, which specular and bump mapping are some of those things that give the appearance that there are things in the 3D model that aren't there, like lines, body lines in the car. Sometimes you can do bump mapping in 3D programs where it almost kind of gives you this, it's almost like a faked appearance that there's actually a 3D model that's built into the paint, and that's not necessarily true. It's just kind of an optical computer illusion, a graphic illusion, if you will. The same with specular mapping. Specular mapping has everything to do with the lighting. So the way the lighting in the engine hits it basically tells the model how it's going to refract and reflect that light. Typically, you can see the specular mapping on the tractors. Like if you ever get in the sun and look at the reds, the blacks, the silvers especially, the yellows every now and again, they have like this almost like pixelated reflective color. And if you ever look at the reflections, it's actually the reflection of an image. Like it's just like an image of trees. It's not an image that's actually behind you. You could be in the middle of a building and then look at a reflection and it's like a tree. So, I know there was a guy that was doing a Land Cruiser or Land Rover, one of like the old Land Rovers, and I noticed that he had submitted all his stuff script free to Giants, and Giants told him, because I know this because he came back and told everybody in the forums what Giants had said. Giants told him that the quality of his model was not up to par to console standards. Like, so they basically said, we're not going to put your mod in because we don't think the quality's enough. Like, they said the one thing they wanted him to add in was they wanted him to be able to add in the tire compression. That he didn't add that in, didn't model it in for consoles, and that was going to be an absolute must. So, I mean, I was like, well, dadgum. I mean, you're kind of danged if you do and danged if you don't when it comes to actually uploading stuff on the mod hub. So, evidently, there's a ton of hoops that you have to jump through as a modder. So, that's why I said earlier, man, just everyone being positive when they get in there and not being being crybabies about we don't have this and have that. Because I'm telling you, man, we start complaining about that stuff, ain't no modder's going to touch it with a 10-foot pole. So, because they still doing this stuff for free. That's the thing. Giants is still making money off the fact that they're doing it for free. That's the sketchy part when, like, you really sit down and think about it. That's crazy. Yeah, Wolf kind of said the FTR logging the idea with the button top loaders, grapples, skidders, swing processors. Yeah. I mean, they still got the crane. They still got the crane from the stepper loader. That one's not bad. It just needs to have a better weight distribution on it. It needs to have the oh shoot, I was just sitting there thinking about it. It needs to have that crane needs to have a bigger crane on it so that you can grab more than just that one log. That would be nice, but they've got probably the stuff necessary to make it happen from the vanilla, stock in-game script that's already in the game. They probably have enough to do that already. It just is going to take somebody doing it, and either it's going to take Giants doing it. I'm really hoping a DLC comes out. I don't know that it will, but I would love it to see a logging DLC come out, or at least something that is pertaining to logging, since they absolutely didn't touch any of it for 17. Because a lot of people don't. I know Paul had said earlier. He had said earlier that the logging was a little bit intimidating. Not to mention it's kind of expensive to get into, and it's also not very fruitful money-wise now, which is a shame. Crappy old triple. Yeah, no problem, Wolf Gaming. Appreciate you hanging out and texting and chatting a bit, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I like the small chipper will be pulled up with the pickup. Yeah, that's one of those things. It's as long as this stuff works, I don't necessarily have a big huge problem with it. Whether it's chippers, like the placeable chipper, I can never get to work. Now it works on PC, it'll work on console. I don't care where you place it and you throw logs at it and they don't go up the conveyor belt. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't do something right, but yeah, see you, buddy. Don't exactly know why that thing doesn't work, but it's kind of sorry to have to pay 90 grand for a chipper like that and then not see it work. So I'm hoping that they do some update on that. That would be nice to see. Man, this trailer fills up fast when you double cut. Yeah, so just a word of the wise on this. Before you lease, if you do something like this, and before you lease and get into something else, I might want to make sure you you might lease that when you're absolutely ready to start to uncover the thing. I kind of jumped ahead of the gun there. I told you I'm a little I'm a little on the excited end when it comes to some of this. So I've gotten ahead of myself a few times, and luckily this has been a pretty forgiving map, because if it had been Goldcrest or one of the others, I'd have probably already had to change the game over and just start a new one. Nice, Paul. Nice, nice. Yeah, man. It's I kind of find the wood is addicting, because it's a process, and whether you're cutting and loading, or you know, maybe not necessarily. Oh, shoot, it went the wrong way. Maybe not necessarily with wood chips, but especially with the other, you can almost kind of get mesmerized and in a little bit of a daze when you start doing logging. At least I can. It happens quick. Yeah, I think I'll pull that, and then I'll finish leveling this, and then we'll start running these conveyors. We'll start getting some money in the account. She's surprised I got as good as I did. Of course, I'm actually glad I've got some money left, because I'm gonna have to put some gas in the tractor. What? Wow. Might need to turn that down. What's Paul? What are you starting with? Are you starting with the little steppa, or are you just starting just solely just wood chips? I'm actually going to lift this all the way up so that I can. That way I can drive under it. Yeah, see you, Wolf. Appreciate the conversation, man. Let's see. I will be streaming tomorrow. I don't know that I'll stream tomorrow afternoon, but definitely I'll be streaming tomorrow night, and I should have some of my boys back. So we should have a few. We might try a multiplayer. Might try a multiplayer session, and I may even help him kind of get started. So you'll enjoy him. He's quite funny. So it should be a. You know, if you hadn't subbed, go ahead and sub, man, because he's worth it. If you think I'm funny, which I think I'm kind of cheesy at times, but yeah, he's pretty funny. So y'all enjoy us hanging out and shooting the banner back and forth, because we get to laughing pretty hard with some of it. So we like to have fun, man. Can't game and have fun, man. Just need to get off the controller. And Paul, just for those later on, says, do you plant trees also after you cut them? To be honest with you, if I do a particular area of the map, I will just let that be what it is, and I will move to the next area of the map once I have done all the trees out of them. I won't do anything after that. So I have replanted trees. They take a long time to grow. Some people do them like a farm, like a tree farm, and then go and cut them. I don't really find any enjoyment in that. But I think if you know, depending on Lostburg, now Lostburg is going to be, yeah, honestly, well, it depends where are you planting your trees. Are you planting them? Are you doing them on Chellington, or are you doing them like on Goldcrest? Well, actually, that was stupid, because you don't have anywhere to sell them on Chellington, so you can plant trees all day long. They're just going to be trees. I didn't even think about that. Y'all just have to excuse that, and we'll just pretend we just strike that from the record. I'm about to get my tractor stuck in here. I'd have to see how much that. Yeah, 26. Oh no, crap. Well, I'm gonna show off my leveling skills. I mean, if I were you, I would Goldcrest. Okay. There's a bunch of forestry options on Goldcrest, so I might would even venture to say I would just not buy it yet. Go ahead and log your areas, make your money, do whatever it is that you want to get out of that money first, and then maybe look at planting some trees or doing something like that. Because it's really not a it's not a necessity, especially on Goldcrest, because there's a lot of really great small little areas that are perfect for doing a little bit of logging. So even if it's just chipping, there's tons of trees everywhere. So I wouldn't worry about replanting them. Or interfield. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about in that field around 12. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. That's just like right northwest of the farm. I went. Okay, it's the one south of 5 and 13. Yeah, south of 5 and 13. That little area right there is actually quite huge, and that's where I actually went. That's where I was. That's where I was harvesting that day that you jumped in on stream there when I was streaming logging there on Sosnovka. That's where I was in that particular field. I was trying to use all the trains and all that mess. And it's fun. I just wish there was incentive to use it. I kind of hate that he didn't have any trees in here, but I think I kind of know what he was trying to get at with this map. I think he was really trying to let us have all of the big equipment and all of the major stuff without running into any kind of slot issues. Because I really feel like this map is completely stripped down. A lot of the textures are different than they were on the buildings. They're a lot more simplified, which is not a big deal. I don't necessarily care about textures when it comes to that kind of thing. I mean, as long as they look legit and look like a formidable building and not something that a third grader put together in Microsoft Paint, I can deal with it. And it doesn't really matter to me. Especially if it's for free and it's for somebody else that's doing it. If Giants put out some bullcrap like that, then I'd have something to scream about on the forum, but oh man, I was hoping I could finish that little strip off. Daylight's finally coming, so it's going to do a little raining. Yep, that is it. It's a good little area. I like it. It's got a nice little bridge across the creek there. I'd kind of sent up there with the train because that's the guess you'd call that the eastbound train. It's a nice little area up there. That was probably one of my more favorite areas, logging wise. So this is gonna be fun leveling this. Oh, this could go so wrong. Yeah, no, and Tunsil, that's getting a delete off of the chat, man. We're not gonna talk about that stuff, man. Just because I'm country doesn't mean that. That's stupid. Yeah, sorry if anybody else is out there watching that. Sorry if that offended you. Anyway, I'll pick up this last little bit right here. Grab up that last little strip there in the middle and make sure, yeah, I'm so close. Pick this up right here and then I will be, oh, I've got a little bit on the other side. Then I guess I'll go throw some gas in this sucker. I'm glad I got 40 grand left. Not, I might be leaving this tractor at the biogas. Now I think whatever I get off of this silage, I think is probably just gonna go straight into buying sheep, and that way if I can get those to get the production on the wool up, then I definitely don't run out of want to run out of capital on money. Okay to go into red once you've got everything and you're waiting to sell stuff. That's one thing, but once you don't have that money in there, you can't do anything else. So it kind of almost locks you up until all your tractors run out of gas. Alright, then I think I'm going to go ahead and buzz back to the farm, put a little more gas in this so I don't lose it, then I'm going to get that leveler, and I'm going to kind of smooth that out just a little bit, make sure I get everything in the box before I cover it up. I don't want that, because I don't think that grass is sitting out front. Turn interaction zones, yeah. Just the thing about this map, doesn't have interaction zones except around the places where you dump your except for the places where you dump your stuff on, like your silos and your grates and stuff. Like those have interaction zones, and your water trough and all that stuff. But nothing in actually the bunker back there has interaction zone markers around them. So, kind of interested whether or not that was a miss, whether or not they missed that one, or what exactly that was. I'm not exactly sure. So, be interesting to see if any kind of update comes out and they actually want to try to fix that or something. Then I'm probably just going to speed up time, allow that to go while I wait on that to ferment. And I believe, let's see, you got seeds on the right, and this big old steel box sticking out here, this is your fuel. Let's see how much I'll go ahead and that's good enough. Oop. Well, $500 to put that's some gas in there. That's not too bad. The biggest thing about this map is learning where, especially between the shop and the Chellington stores. Now, obviously, you can cut through here, but coming through it on the other side of the map is quite a challenge. You can't just roll up there. One of them's a bridge and one of them's the underpass, and I still haven't quite learned where that stuff comes from. So, which one comes from which angle? So, it's more you play it, and it'll become a little bit more. You'll know exactly how your routes have to be routed. All right. Yeah, that's still feasible. Chellington just gave us a. I think it's. I'm gonna need to. Yeah, I guess it'll work. So y'all, we're gonna get to see the leveler in full action. Now I may. Let's see what I got a nice big old pile here. So. You got questions about something that I do have a video that I did on the full video on this, but I have kind of refined it just a hair. You can kind of see that when I start until I fill up, and then I just slowly bring it up as I'm going up. So you're going to basically put a pretty big pretty big front face on this thing, and just keep your edge up all the way. That'll help keep it from coming back out in the middle of the road. But I'll push it back in there enough to get it, make sure that I get everything back in there so I don't have any left over. And I'll show you why I give myself a little bit of room. Just kind of how you would do this in real life. I mean, they would do the same exact thing, kind of pushing it up the heap. And the more that I drive on this, it'll pack itself. So I'm not really worried about compacting, because it'll compact as I go. Let's see if I can get this little last bit over here. Alright, that's probably good enough for that for right now. So once you've built up that nice little edge, this is kind of the challenging part. I'm actually going to need to move that out of my way. Again, I can't push that trailer. Yeah, I'll just pull it out of the way. So if you watch that video, I didn't build quite such a steep area, but this one I've actually got a good bit of silage in here, so I'm probably going to need to. I'll kind of do the same thing on this side, but not nearly as much. I'll kind of just get it kind of at least pushed up towards the middle. Don't get it pushed too high. So pretty much what I usually start doing from this point on is I will figure out. I'll figure out once I get up here to the hill, I'll figure out what is going to be a good edger. So what's basically going to skim. Think about it like, think about leveling this stuff is kind of like doing spackle on a wall. So if you've ever fixed a nail hole with little spackle stuff you get from Lowe's or Home Depot, you put that stuff in and you just skim over it so that you fill the hole but don't pack it. Same idea. So I usually start as high as I can, and I'll push just basically up to the first little bit. If I feel like I'm pushing too much, I'll lift it up. And it'll take a little bit of kind of getting it pushed, because what I'm doing is creating, if you look from here, my big mound at the very end, I wish I had a mouse pointer, I'd show you, but at the very far end of the silage, I basically want to make this flat ramp, a ramp from where I'm at now and lead all the way up to that, so that when I skiff off, I basically push silage over the top of that. So I don't have to keep moving my conveyor belts in and further in the silage pit. I mean, I've got 615,000 pounds. That's plenty to go ahead and cover and get paid on that, because I mean that could be a $200,000 payday. So once you see if you start hitting this whoop-de-doo, I alluded to that in the video. Once you get to that point, just stop, just back up, and then just run up it again, and you'll notice that it'll eventually kind of start smoothing itself out. You just don't want to start jumping and getting too much into it. And if you feel like you're getting too much, you might want to just go at it a little bit slower, and then do like this, and then move to the side, and then do it again. And then you'll start seeing how you'll start. Oh, come on! Just try to stay off the wall. Try to get up there close to it, but I always manage to get up on it because it's hard to get off of the wall once you get on it. There we go. All right. As you can already see, basically what I want to do is just start filling in my areas. That's all I want to do. And my movements when I move my, when I actually move it down, they are minor. I mean, I'll show you when I'm, oh shoot, come on. Alright, so that's about all I'm going to push. So now I'm going to try to just stay right here. And I'm going to try to, the best that I can, I'm going to try to get some of this. I actually like it on the back of the trailer a little bit better. It's a little better on the back, I think. Oh, come on, don't get stuck. That one big heap there in the middle is killing me. I can definitely tell that they have worked on the silage bins, because you can see how I've got this little space and little stop gap between the walls. So I guess they put some type of a collision zone in there so the silage wouldn't fall into the cracks of the wall, so we didn't have to try to clean them out every time. There we go, now she's starting to flatten out. I never really tried to do much of this and try to elongate it. I really just try to get up here and get this all squished up as far as I possibly can to the edge of it, so that I don't have to try to move my conveyors all the way in here. Because once your conveyors are set at the end of it, as long as they're picking up the silage, you don't need to do anything else. You just need to take your leveler and just continually push stuff to the conveyor belt. So that at least gives you something to do while you're sitting here waiting, waiting on that stuff to actually unload and fill up. So I might have bit off a little more than I could chew on that pass. And if you do this, I didn't really have the leveler to begin with, but sometimes what I'll do is if I get a good bit of this stuff, I'll usually, at some point, I will take this and build this ramp in fairly early into the process. Now, once you're pretty established and you're making money, you don't really have to worry about too much when it comes to this stuff. I would actually build this ramp up, and then I'll use that ramp to actually back up my trailer on. And then when you actually back your trailer up onto it, then you're pretty much golden. Don't really have to worry about it too much at that point. Get over there and fill that little crack right there. Oh, come on. I don't like how it's weird. I don't really know what I'm hitting on. It's pretty flat back here. Like whatever it is, I'm hitting on something really hard. There it goes. All right, yeah, man. I'll certainly check it out. I'll certainly check it out. Yeah. So typically, I don't normally like to use this side of it, but you can unfold this and it does push silage differently. It does not push it the way that you think it actually would. Okay, yeah, thanks. That's quite the dick comment. Appreciate that. Considering I've only been doing this for about 3 weeks, I say I'm doing all right. Alright, so I think that's about all I'm really going to do on this, because I get the compaction down 100%, I'll be good to go. I'm not going to sit here and perfectly do this completely. Yeah, there's 100 right there, so I'll just pull this up there and I'll get my conveyor belt as close in there as I can. I'll probably go at least one more. Just so I'll have it, because I've got the extra money. Yeah, well, that's still the same comment. I mean, I don't care how you mean it. It's kind of, I mean, so whatever, man. I mean, I don't care. I just, yeah, it's funny that you point that out. I mean, it's people point that out. It must be, you know, they want to say something about it. So that's the only reason I'm the only one talking on LOL. Well, I mean, yeah. I've got 104 comments and you've made 4, so there was 100 comments before yours, so there's been plenty of talking. It's just some of the guys that was doing the most has had to get out of here. So, and there's, you know, 12 other ones that are watching now and ain't saying nothing, and that's fine. They're not required to say anything. It's all good, man. It is all good. I ain't making no money at this, so I'm doing it because I enjoy doing it and I want to help out the community. You just didn't hit it early enough. I've been actually streaming for like 2 hours and 20 minutes, so I mean it's doing fine. I'm not the least bit worried about it. Oh, 99%, really? Come on. Well, how about instead of commenting about your channel and how many subs and videos you have, why don't you talk about something pertaining to the game that we all can talk about and not have to take the wrong way? I mean, if you don't have anything good to say, I mean, you're more than welcome to go work on your own channel. I mean, it really doesn't bother me at all. Somebody disliked my video the other day. I'm like, well, you go dislike it. Just leave. I mean, there's tons of this stuff out there on YouTube. Just go watch something else. Alright, so now I'm at 100%. Let's cover this up, speed up time, get my conveyor set, and we will be ready to make some money. Alright. I appreciate that, Weeze. Yeah, you know, I guess it's, you know, it's one of those things, man. It's like, you got to take the good with the bad. He had an extended version. So I will give him that. He did have an extended version, but Giants wouldn't let him do the extended because our consoles couldn't handle it. So it does come down to one of those. If you want to do it, then appreciate that, man. And no hard feelings. Just if we, it's hard to do it on text, man. It's hard to do it on text. I'm easy go with flow, man. It does not matter to me. I'll tell anybody where they can stick it, and it's it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. I just want to have a good time and enjoy hanging out with you know, other people that feel the same way. So yeah, but I mean, as for this stuff, man, Chellington is a great map. I think it's got some really great points, but the extended version had a lot more going on with it. So we just got the shorthand version. So hopefully this maybe he said there's a possibility that we may be able to get the extended version, but he's going to have to do quite a bit more work on it in relation to he's going to have to do a lot more work in relation to cleaning off the objects. Yeah, I'd agree with you. That was his big thing, and I was a little bit disappointed that they didn't have a logging. That's the one thing that I wish they would have had, but you know, Lostberg is another one that's coming out, and hopefully it's going to have a whole lot more. So definitely be looking forward to that one. I think Lostberg is going to be a good one for the loggers, because I've seen some of Landy Kid. If y'all haven't checked out Landy Kid, he's pretty prominent farm sim and, you know, truck sim and all those other stuff. He does a lot of stuff with farm sim, and he's really good. He's on the PC side. He's a really nice chill channel to check out if you haven't checked him out. But he does some pretty cool stuff with it, and he's already mentioned Lostberg is going to come out for it. That it's just a matter of when Giants is going to help them get it fixed and get it ready to go. So whenever they make that happen, then we'll actually have that map as well. So I know it's set for. I don't know if they don't have a set release for that yet. So I don't want to say anything that I'll live to regret later on. Man, it looks like I'm gonna need at least one more of those things. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. There's a nasty ridge right here, and that ridge is throwing me off. I'll just put it here and then swing the other one in. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Alright. I know I've said this with the other guys. Put so much up in Goldcrest. Yeah, I hear you, Paul. I'm telling you, man, that's one of those things. It was tough. I mean, because I've done a lot in Goldcrest, and I've done a lot. We've got started a whole series on Sosnovka right before this came out. So we were kind of in the process of doing a whole multiplayer kind of setup for Sosnovka, and lo and behold, randomly this map just fell in our lap on a Friday with apparently no hype whatsoever that it was coming. So I mean, I was kind of like, wow. I mean, Giants is a pretty hype company. They like to promote their products. So I was kind of surprised that that's how they decided to go about doing it. But you know, I'm glad I got the map. It's a good start because at least it shows that it can be done. and hopefully that'll kind of lead the way for other guys that maybe want to do it, that they can actually get up with Oxygen David, because he's got a slew of other maps that would be good. So I can only hope that maybe some of that other stuff will come out as well. Let's see, while I'm waiting on that, I sped up so I could get that, get the silage to, because I don't really have anything else. Y'all watched me cut grass enough tonight. I'm gonna do something else here, so I'm just gonna take these mowers, I'm gonna drop them off down there at the other little farm area. Oh man, really? Come on. Alright, there we go. Alright, man, y'all may come check it out. We're state of rework, precipitation, rain. I know. Kinda down they didn't really touch any of that stuff. I'd almost rather just have the fog and everything else and not have all this mess in the middle of it. Yep, I would agree with you. Two of the bridges are fine, but yes, there's that one bridge. I want to say it's the one that crosses the creek on both sides, like on the opposite ends of 10 and the opposite ends of 11. I think both of those are a wee bit messed up. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that he made a comment. Yeah, I haven't run into any other bugs. I know Paul had said on Xbox that there's a couple of bridges, like on a couple of the corners and stuff, that actually fell through the map. Now, I have not actually fallen through on the map on anything. I do like the terrain, but there's definitely a couple places that I think could be... I saw a guy on the forums, on the FSUK forums, that said that it could be massaged out. But I think those bridges were off of another one of his maps, because if you actually look at this map and then look at the actual structure of the bridge, like, you can tell they're straight up out of another map. They're kind of a generic, I don't know, almost like a tile. Everything else is here is pretty much smooth paved concrete, and then you've got these weird kind of tiled bridges. So you could definitely tell they don't really fit the decor of, because you got this nice, pretty cool little brick wall right here, and then you've got this kind of crazy cobblestone gray brick, and you can tell that they don't even come down into the... This one actually does hit the water, but the other side doesn't. So you can tell that they're a little off. But I mean, this bridge is not the worst. It's when you get off the bridge. So there's absolutely going to be no loading that actually happens in this map. They won't have any loading because you won't be able to. Yeah, they're out of a different map. I'm not sure which map it is. I could probably go back and find out, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, customized maps. Yeah, no, I'd second that. I've heard those guys working with the editor. They said it's hard. They said it's tough to do that stuff. It's one of those that you gotta really kind of know how the game is structured. A lot of documentation to go with it. Let's see. Let's drop that off and see how fast we're fermenting. Thornton Farm, that's the one. That's the other one. That's the guy that did Chellington. That's the other big time popular one that he's done, was Thornton Farm. And I heard rumored that Coldborough Park Farm was possibly going to be added in, but that was before they knew how many hoops they had to jump through to get it on console, because supposedly on the forums today, one of their moderators came in and said that that a lot of the modders that had done it did not realize what was involved in actually getting it to console, and one of the modders said in the FSUK forums that he was not completely aware of what actually came through. So he didn't know what was all involved with it, but he was thankful that Giants helped him out. Oh, look at there. Alright. Follow it up. Yeah. The suspense is killing me. Yeah. Woo. Yeah, I just couldn't do it with a shovel. No, thank you. So basically from this point, I'm probably going to have to get a little bucket or something, put on my front loader. Because I think actually, you know what? Let's check to see what the price is. I might regret doing that. Yeah, I'll leave it at 318. That's mid-range. That's pretty much with this. I'll just run straight over the top with my my leveler, take a big old scoop, and just keep pushing it right to this thing. I mean, I guess a worst case scenario, I can always go, because I've got 2 full extendeds, and that's fully extended, so I can't really do any more on that. I'm actually going to go ahead and slow down time, because that way I don't have to pay lease cost. And I'm not really waiting on anything else to grow right now. This is kind of where all my bread and butter is. So I guess I'll go back and I'm going to get a bucket. And that's going to allow me to open up the rest of the silo, because I won't be able to open it up as it is now. I think with the leveler it won't let you do it, so... Actually, I'm going to save it right now, because sometimes when you drive away from it and get into doing other things, switching vehicles, which I only have this one, so that won't be an issue. But once you start doing other things, sometimes it'll lock up and it will shut down the game. So I'll at least save at this point, and that way I know I don't need to do any more work. So welcome to the new guys. We got a few new guys that are streaming than were before. Appreciate you guys checking us out. I'm gonna try to make this a regular appearance. I'm usually playing this about every night, if not some in afternoons and some at night itself. So if I'm on at night, I'm going to be streaming. This is kind of taken off a little quicker than I actually anticipated on it, and so I'm hoping things keep progressing in a good way. Sounds like now that we've got this map, things are on the forefront of actually being pretty good in form of actually getting new maps, and hopefully this is going to mean maybe next week some new mods come out, so we really get any equipment mods this week, which was kind of a bummer, but I was really looking forward to a few things, because there's some stuff on the mod hub on PC that's pretty cool. They've got some custom vehicles, but they're not scripted vehicles, they're just custom vehicles that we don't really have, and it'd be really awesome to get some of that in there. Yeah, because after this, the first thing I'm going to be doing is probably buying sheep. And still, I only got 5, so it's not like I'm sitting over here running a huge number of them. Let's see, so let's go a different way. We'll go up here to the other main road and go around. I hadn't really driven this road a lot. I do wish there was. Said this last night. I do wish they had a little bit of a up there on the north end of the map. It's a little bit kind of, I don't know. It's not that great around the borders of the map. I wish he would have terrained it up and built hills or mountainside to where it basically would kind of fall off. Because I don't know if you if you look through some of the other maps, the way the Giants does it almost kind of builds a ridge, or builds a mountain, and then after they build that mountain, they'll actually fall it off, and then they'll have everything there. So it almost kind of goes off into oblivion, but you can't really ever see the 2D texture. So I kind of wish that other modders would kind of follow that same line. It just looks a little crazy because it looks like you're farming right up next to a wall. So I probably honestly won't even I probably won't even go up there and actually do anything in those fields. I'll have just enough to stay around 9, 12, 10, 11, 13. I'll have all I can do on those 6, 7, 8, 20, 19. I mean, you got so many there, so much going on. Did I miss it? No, I didn't. We'll go ahead and we'll buy just the small wheel loader bucket, and that will, we're going to get a red one. Why not? And that way, once we drive over the mound, we'll have yeah, see, I've run out of, I need to push the stuff back forward. Whoops, I was going the right way. Yeah, cold burrow would be awesome. I don't know that we'll see it. It depends on just the objects in it. That the same applies what this guy said he had to do in his map. He said all these bridges had to be changed, all the stuff in the main farm at the house farm had to be changed. A lot of those building textures all had to be changed. So I guess it depends on how much the guy's willing to do, how much work he's willing to do, and if it's you know, I mean, if it's feasible, then I think they probably will. I mean, they're not making anything off PC anyway. I mean, they're just, I mean, I don't even think sponsors are. Like, all those hubs that house all those mods, I mean, they make money off advertisers advertising on it. I mean, they don't really actually do anything. So here's you a good little tidbit if anybody wants to know how to uncover something. Just drag a bucket down the end of it. There we go. Now, put this off to the side. Come on. There we go. So I guess one thing, this can be whatever. I'll probably wind up, since I actually got, you know, about 20 grand in just that little bit, I'll probably wind up just go ahead and going and leasing another long one, one of the ones that has the scissor lift on it, and I'll probably just go ahead and get that one, unless I can get some of this stuff pushed over pretty quickly. Kind of see how this works out. Here, I can just pick this up. Just I can tell they really work these a lot. You don't really get the bleed over and fill over, so I think the whole behavior of these, I might have to actually rethink my strategy on these, because then I got to take it with a grain of salt, because I usually level with a reverse drive, so that probably has something to do with it. A little bit more range of motion in that back. I can't seem to even get this front one even halfway done now. I'm not exactly sure what the problem is. I'm the one that did the stinking video on it, and I can't even level my own pit. Okay, there we go. Hit some motion with that one. Ain't pretty, but it's getting the job done. I think I'm gonna wind up go ahead and rolling back and I'll probably roll back and get one of those other ones. I don't know if it's different pushing silage versus pushing grass. I'm not exactly sure. It sure feels a lot different. That's a little better. It's different putting it off with the front of the tractor. It's a different feel altogether. Just want to try to keep enough up there to where that where it keeps going. Yeah. I definitely tell I keep running a pretty stiff boundary on that wall, so I guess that's part of what they did. Reworking the walls on that, I guess essentially is going to keep your silage and grass from going underneath the wall, which is what it was doing before. It's like they didn't have a collision set between the two, so that's why we had to have a stinking brush to clean it out. So I think what I'm going to do, because yeah, I've got plenty of money now, so I'm going to go get that other yeah, pushing silage itself, I'm not sure if it acts as a new material or what, but it's definitely different pushing this than it is grass. Yeah. Push this off, get that started, and then so go ahead and do one more of those. There we go. There we go. Alright. That was worth a shot. I think on the Gold Crest I do that actually with the bigger one, so that might be part of my problem. I use the big leveler. I don't like the Hey, what's up, Thomas? I was gonna call you Purdy, but I didn't want to offend you. What's going on, Purdy? How you doing, man? Yeah, so obviously you can see we're running a little bit of silage, so we got money going into the bank. I was about 40K, so I'm up a little over 30 here, so that's definitely a big positive. Be pretty cool to be well, we'll definitely be over 100K by the time we get all this unloaded. Hopefully I might be able to get some of this unloaded and actually maybe go you know, do some more windrow or cut some more and start filling up another side. Especially I've got all this on lease, so I mean, you know, I don't really necessarily like doing it that way, but you know, just got to work with it. And I'll keep my lights on. Let's see. Tell you what, we'll just squeeze this one right here. And then put that other one in there, and then we'll... I definitely don't like this. I know that's why they did it, but this will be enough for me to do this right off the bat. And then after I probably do this once or twice and I have enough money, if I'm going to continue to stay with this, then I will probably more than likely either move to a wheel loader with that big old silage rake on it, because that thing's just plumb massive, and it definitely speeds up the process because you pull out 10,000 by 10,000. We don't have any kind of a ramp. You can't drop that in there with a bucket, so you know, it's neither got to be a lot of driving back and forth, which I don't necessarily mind as long as the price is good and high. I could care less what it is. Alright, so that should make sure we're going up. I don't remember that the conveyor belts actually moved in the last one. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I know obviously the silage has the little trail up there, but I didn't think the other one did, so that's kind of cool. So now I'll just keep extending this one. So I've got two here that aren't fully extended, so I should have enough to get at least a quarter, at least get this big mound. Once this big mound's gone away, then it'll be a lot easier to get the other. This is actually going pretty quick. You know, price is down a little bit right now. I could probably speed that up. Actually, I think I actually might, because that's 254 is a little too low to be selling silage. Not as hard as I've worked on this. I'll just stop the flow right there. Yep. Alright. Alright, so I'll keep an eye on that. It's 254 and the wool's low. Well, shoot, I don't have a tipper. I could buy one because I've got money now. Decisions. Definitely don't want to blow all my money in one fell swoop. Let's see. I think, what am I? I'm at second stage. I'll go ahead and speed up, get into the next day. We'll see what the price is. I don't want to speed up time too much. So one thing you got to realize with leased vehicles is once that day ticks over every time, that's going to be a certain amount of price of the stuff that goes out. Now let's see, you can see right here on the vehicle overview, you've got your days of everything, you've got your money as to what it's actually costing you per day to run that. That's all the things added up, and the third column is your lease column. So that tells you how much each one of those things is actually costing you per day to run them. So, you know, what would cost you 12, 5, 17, maybe around 40 some $1,000 is only costing me a couple thousand to lease them. But I've really got to make that, I've got to get rid of that silage quick, quicker the better. Unfortunately, you know, speeding time up to maybe, you know, maybe trying to hoping that the price is going to go back up. because it is starting to go back. So it's obviously at its low point. So it was a 254, so it's slow, and it'll really take off. It'll get up into the 400s, or at least close to 400s, and then it'll start again. So, you know, yeah, for those watching later, Tom just asked what I'm saving my money up for. Honestly, I think I'm going to start. I think I'm going to buy more sheep. I don't think I'm going to get a new tractor yet. I would really like to get, because I think the sheep are 4,000. So take whatever we've got here and divide it by 4,000 and tell me how many sheep I can get. Now, depending on how much that silage actually empties out for, I could be, I could be looking at some sheep and something else. I don't really know. I'm not gonna have enough out of that to buy a tractor. So I'm trying to think of what else I could. I mean, I don't know. I'm up for options. I'm up for ideas, guys. If you guys, got anything, say, hey, why don't you buy this? I don't really, I'm not going to obviously need anything else forge wagon wise, because the one I've got, it's doing the job. Let me just look here, because telehandlers would be good, but I don't really necessarily need it just for the bucket. So just doing grass right now. It's going to be a while before I save up on harvesters, because I'm probably going to go, I'm at least not going to go anything less than the Torum 760 on the harvester. I mean, I might would go the axial flow. I definitely won't go any less than that. Just sheer horsepower plus capacity. So 10,000 above, that keeps you from having to be out there every single strip. Yeah, no, I completely understand where you're coming from. Yeah, Thomas just said he's saving for a tractor because it's the only one we have, and he always hires a worker. Yeah, and I could have actually had a little bit more money starting out. I got a little excited. I got a little ahead of myself. I wonder if I could drive through here. Yeah. I'm just gonna go ahead and just put this on as I'm waiting for, yeah, see, that's starting to uptick, so that's good. I'm gonna let it get up to about 325, then I'm gonna start unloading again. I thought I may do another tractor, but I don't know, man. I don't really know what else I want, honestly. I know that sounds bad. Probably the one thing I'm definitely going to get is probably going to get me a conveyor belt system that I can fold up and put out of the way. But I don't really necessarily like all the time by using those. So I'm probably going to look at either another wagon or a tipper trailer, obviously, because I still got all the crops that I can get rid of. But I probably at some point will be saving up for a harvester, or even maybe in a forage wagon. That's a very good thing if you're going to do grass, because it can automatically put grass into big stuff. Now I will say this, if anybody's wondering, if you didn't know this, the Rostelmash, the Krone, and the New Holland FR850 all have the available options to hooking up like the big stuff. So you can hook, so you can take and hook any of these big trailers up to it. The Joskin, the Krone, the TX560, and the Bandit. Wait a minute, it went away. The Flegel and the Crampy both can be hooked on with a dolly. Not everybody knows that, because that's a little bit of an update this year for 17. You actually hook the big tractors on the back of those big, huge forge wagons. So if you bought the wagon and then put, what am I saving up? What, for cows? Probably not yet. I probably want to buy as many sheep and start, because when you start producing the wool, that'll probably make it easy, because at some point I'm going to have to do a harvester to get wheat, or at least be able to make my bales. And I don't really have, obviously I don't have any of that stuff anymore, because I sold it all. I'm kind of kicking myself for selling it, but it's okay. It's a challenge. It's definitely kept me on my toes, thinking about my next strategy going forward as to what I was going to do. I mean, I would say that this game is probably fun when you first start out and figuring out what you're trying to do and where you want to go first. And then once you get the rhythm and actually get some money in the account, then it becomes a lot easier to do some things. So, so this will all be double cut, so I'll actually get a lot out of this. Now, let me look, because I've got some new guys that are probably watching stream, and I wanted to point this out on Chellington. I know, Paul, you've been with me from the start of it, and I appreciate it, man. If you guys are now 18 is not because I have not plowed 18, but look at 20. 20 is always completely, fully fertilized. You may say, well, how in the world is that? Because all I've got on it now is grass, and it's not going to show that up even though I've plowed it because it wasn't a part of the original map floor. So I plowed it and put grass in it, but it's like it's acting as a fertilizer like oilseed radish. So it's almost, because when you do the weeder, that is oilseed radish and grass, you can actually plant grass or oilseed. Grass shows up as like the first cut, and then you cultivate it into the ground. It's like every time I cut the grass, it actually acts as I'm fertilizing it and I'm cutting it. So just an FYI, stick a feather in your cap. Tip of the day. I'm throwing tips out of the day like quarters in one of those machines at the arcade. So keep that one with you, because I mean the map doesn't lie. If the map says you're getting full fertilization, then you're getting full fertilization. So I don't know if that's meant to be so that you'll have some grass to make money on, or I have no idea why it's like that. But yeah, sometime, Paul, probably after this, neither a next purchase or at least once I get enough that I can, because I don't have the baler, I don't have any of that stuff. Like, I sold every bit of it to get into grass, silage, and sheep, because that's the first thing I did at Goldcrest and made a slew of money, because I think I wound up buying sheep till I got to about 75, and that put my reproduction rate somewhere around the 5 or 6 game hour mark, because right now my reproduction rate is 213 game hours. Like, that's ridiculous. It's like a week. So once you get up past 200, things start pulling back down to 8, 9, 10 hours. And once you get to 200, it's like now I'm at 280 on that farm, and I think I get something every 2 hours and 10 minutes. So pretty crazy how fast it happens. And they just spit wool out left and right. And I don't run the game but about 15 times speed. That's about as fast as I'll run it. Let's check and see while I'm doing this. Alright, so the wool is flying up. Man, I wish I had some good wool. Alright, so I'm going to slow this down, and then I'm going to go ahead and just going to stop this here. That's not going to do it. Alright. I'll finish out this row right here, and then I'll go over there and set our stuff back up. Get those cranking again. This is a pretty cool little area. If anybody's wondering, anybody that's still watching along here, we've got 20 is all these that are in green are stuff that we have bought. So if you don't have Chellington or haven't had a chance to play it yet, or you're just kind of chilling watching other people play it, and sorry if all that's a little bit redundant information for you, but yeah, that's what we've got. And we got 1, 6, 11, 10, 9, and 17 and 15. So all those are all our maps from the start. And I actually saw on the forums that somebody complained that we got too many maps. It's like, well, it was a good map, but you gave us too many maps to start off with. I'm like, shut the crap up. That kind of, we want a new map. We don't want a new map. Hey, your new map sucks. Like, that's not helping out matters any. I wouldn't put new maps either if people treated me that way. I'm like, well, screw you guys on console. I'm taking my map and going home. I almost miss that every single time. Yeah, I would say, yeah, Thomas. If I had another, if you're still with us, if I had that other tractor, would be nice. I could actually have them cutting this field because I actually plowed this up. Um, I actually plowed this field, set up a boundary around it so that I would have the workers would be able to do it by himself. Now, 18 that I was at, I have not plowed it up, so it's just standard grass field that's default. So no fertilizer is going to, affect it, and this game knows when you're on a field like a 19, even though it's grass, it does have an actual set bought-in boundary. So it's not going to let you go over there and cut like 19 or even 5. So yeah, that one kind of is what it is. So it's just fine. Which one did I get in here? Make sure all these are off. Keeps them from running around on you. Sometimes sometimes these things will start drifting on you once they get around one another. If you have the engines on, they've turned the engines off. Those things will typically they will stay where they're at and they won't move even if you've got silage and stuff going on them. So. And I'll probably at some point will eventually point this out. I don't know what, I can't remember what the exact, I want to say it's 16,000. So once you get up to 16,000, it will like do this like spurts, like it'll psst, 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 psst. And if it does, speed up your time to 5x, and that will take care of it. Because what it's doing is it's not able to process it in the Silo King fast enough than what the conveyor belt is shooting it in there for. So if you hear that and hear it just ticking like a clock, they just speed it up to 5x and it will process it fast enough to accept what you're throwing into it. So yeah, another thing too, I don't really know if anybody's into this. I guess we can drive over and see. I see some people know about this and maybe some don't. If you do, I have nothing else better to do than show you random stuff on the map. This is your digestate tank. So if you do have a slurry machine for fields, you can see here that we've already got 45,000 pounds, and the more processed silage that we process, this will come out as liquid slurry. So you can actually pull up a slurry machine that you would have at the cows, pigs, and you'll actually see this nasty crap fill up. It's just disgusting. But anyway, this is basically your byproduct of the production of silage, fermented grass. So yeah, I don't even want to know what that smells like. So, but at any rate, that's what that is. So you can use that for field fertilization. You can use it for anything. Now, I think there is you cannot sell it. So if you think you're going to be smart and you're actually going to go sell the digestate in the slurry slot, it will not let you do that. I guess they've wised up to us cheaters when it comes to making money on farm sim, which I don't understand. I can understand if I think we talked about this last night on the stream. If this was a pay-to-win game, like, okay, I'm going to go pay $10 and I'm going to, get XYZ like GTA. You can actually exchange real currency for fake in-game currency, which I'm totally baffled by how they get away. But anyway, people do it, and it's fine. If you don't have time to play and grind the game out, then that's pretty much what you wind up with. You don't have any money in that game to do any of the cool stuff that they give you and charge you overpriced game prices for. So if that's the case, I don't understand why in Farm Sim they really care. If they've got your money and they've got your season pass money, there's nothing else to get from you except for your soul. So at least let us have our souls and our hearts and minds left, and you can have our money. Just give us a money mod. There's a lot of guys that don't have time to sit here and grind away on this. I got a couple of buddies that kind of got out of it just because they just didn't have the time to put in the grinding hours, and they were kind of falling behind everybody else that we were playing with. So it's just kind of a reality of gaming nowadays. If you don't really get started off in the beginning, especially if it's a multiplayer online, you don't do anything like that, you pretty much tend to fall off by the wayside. I mean, it's happened to me and my buddies when this came out. They had not yet recovered from Massive had not yet recovered off of the division. So we wound up having to try to kind of reboot on that game, and it just didn't happen. We just kind of fell so far behind the wayside that it was going to take so much effort trying to get caught up. So games nowadays, man, they make them so in-depth and offer so much DLC, or at least most companies do, that it's pretty crazy. So we are almost going to hit our 100,000 marker. That is awesome. I've still got, I see I've actually got, well, okay, I've actually got a few. I've got a poll up. If you guys, well, if you're watching on PlayStation, I don't know that you'll see the poll, but if you're looking on desktop or mobile, you should see the poll in there. But I've got just a kind of what you wanted to see from the live stream. We had just started a logging episodes in Sosnovka, which the other Full Tilt Gaming, the Full Tilt Gaming actually started out as a joint effort by me and a couple other buddies of mine that are very involved with, we've got a PlayStation 4 community. We've got some other stuff that we're involved with, and we decided I was wanting to really try this YouTube thing and see what we could do. There wasn't really much for the console side, at least not in forms of informative conversation, like gamer relationship building, just getting and enjoying the game and talking about the game that we obviously spend lots of hours doing. There really wasn't much out there for console. There was a ton for PC, but not so much for console that was really dedicated to just the farm. So we kind of tried to do that as a joint effort together, and it's kind of fallen more on me because I'm do the graphics and do all the video stuff, and so that is what it is. But that's kind of, if anybody ever wonders where Full Tilt Gaming came from, that's kind of where it came from. That was its inception, 3 or 4 weeks ago. Hadn't been going that long, so. But I do have that poll up, and so we had done. I wouldn't mind having you guys input since you guys are actually watching. We did a logging on Sosnovka. We did logging on Goldcrest. That one's actually in its infancy. I was just starting it, and then we got this map dropped in. So if you guys want to answer that for me, that would be nice. Just kind of catch some kind of catch what you guys are actually kind of interested in seeing. If it's Chellington, then I have no problem continuing to keep up Chellington. This is definitely good with me. I've never been so excited to cut grass in my life, so I am good. We'll try this again now that I'm not in the dark. I got a couple joined in here to the stream. Welcome, guys, gals, whoever you are. We're kind of in chill mode. We had a few talkers that came in. They've kind of come out. So if you guys want to talk about something, or you talk about what I'm doing, or it doesn't matter. Just want it helps the conversation go by, makes the channel a whole heck of a lot more interesting to watch. So you guys want to chime in on any of the conversation, please feel free to. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. I would ask, and if of course I'll ask, and if anybody wants to chat, comment to it, please feel free to. Kind of just wondering. Now this is just what I kind of thought when I first came into this. This was going to be an easy thing to do. This would be a really, really well. It should be. You know, honestly, I don't. When I'm looking at it, it's different because I'm actually logged in and actually have the control room up. But there's a card. It may be labeled cards because that's what YouTube calls them. But I actually have a poll card, and I'm not exactly sure where it's at. It should be just coming up. It may be a box right up underneath the player if you're looking on a desktop version. If you're on a mobile, I'm not exactly sure what it looks like on a mobile. If somebody else sees that and can direct him where it might be, and you can comment. You don't have to actually answer the poll. I know a couple of people have answered it so far, but yeah, I was just kind of seeing what people's you know, what they kind of wanted to watch streaming wise, or whether it was even just like a healthy dose of just a mixture of it. I mean, I don't really have a problem because eventually at some point I want to kind of keep the freshness of this map still alive. So I'll probably, you know, go chop some trees down, go process some stuff. And I mean, I might as well just run a live stream on that. Just give me a break from doing this for a bit, and you know, then kind of keep up with what's going on elsewhere, and you know, then I'll come back and do this at night. So it doesn't really matter. I was just kind of curious what you guys were wanting to watch, what you guys were wanting to see, since I'm kind of doing this for the community at large. Ah, perfect. So you can hear it now, and you can actually see it. I actually heard it through my tractor. Alright, so 50,000 is the limit. So this is what happens whenever you run your speed too slow to try to keep the price per silage high. What am I at now? Okay, it's at 373. That's good. So all you need to do to fix that, like I said before, is come down and put that on 5 speed, and just check your numbers, and it should either stay about the same or it will actually descend. So yeah, there you go. So that'll fix that. So I've actually still, I'm at 130. I mean, I've still got a good bit of stuff here. This is exciting. Ooh. Yeah, you let me know, Paul, if you ever find that poll on there. You might have to reload reload the stream. I'm not exactly sure. I just saw it there and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I'll just use that. At some point, I'm getting a HD streaming device, so I can stream from console directly into the computer. So I'm going to be able to set up a lot more good stuff. And I typically try to say this every night before, you know, I get kind of closer to the end of the stream for the night. I'm probably gonna go with game show, so I'll be able to be running a few different feeds of some things. I'll actually have the chat in the window, so when people do come back and watch this later, they'll actually know what the conversation is. Because when you encode from PlayStation back to YouTube, you can't see the chat comments and the chat during the DVR recording of it that YouTube puts out. So that's kind of it's kind of a bummer, but Game Show will let me keep all that in there. Not to mention having some custom graphics and stuff like that. What's going on, Samantha? How are we doing? And let this spamming happen because you're a female and a gamer, so I'm sure you'll probably be getting lots of messages. It's actually quite funny. I had a couple people that I got a message from in our community. Obviously, somebody figured out that they were a female. I'm assuming because your name's actually Samantha. They sent me a message and said, I need you to get rid of somebody because they won't stop spamming me. So if you are a female, I feel for you in the gaming world. But at any rate, welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy it. If you got something you want to talk about, or you got a comment on something that's going on Farm Sim, or even heck, I mean, even something video wise is something I haven't done that you'd like to see, just let me know. I'm all for it. Yep, no problem, no problem. All right. I wish these belts run a little faster. Lord. Ah, I got you. Let me check that out. Yeah. Let me check and see if it. I might have to sign out, and then I'll check that out and see where it is. Yeah, because I'll keep that up, and that way I can tell somebody else if they ever ask. So looks like if this keeps up, golly, that's 100 cutting grass. See, so I told you. So I'm glad. So that proves my point. So that's 100K of selling all this stuff and not even harvesting wheat. So, I mean, if you didn't even harvest wheat, I mean, because I still have field 6, I got 11. All that stuff is completely unharvested. Now, I did turn withering off so it wouldn't die, so that way if I did go actually buy another harvester, I could go back and get it. But still, that's 3 fields that are full of wheat that I haven't even gotten yet. I've still got everything. I've still got everything still in the silos. Yeah, and for those watching later, Samantha said, what do you think about Chellington? Yes, that she really likes it. Yes, it's awesome. If you go back and watch any of my first 2 videos, my first video was kind of funny. I was here at the house all by myself, and I was like almost a little bit giddy and excited. I think Paul was there actually for that one when I started streaming that, and yeah, it was kind of crazy. I was a little bit maybe a little bit overly gamer dramatic when it came to that one. I think it's a good map. I wish it had a little bit more in it. You know, it's only got the 1 sell point. There's not a lot of options for selling and for your other stuff on there, which I can deal with. It would have been nice to have the extended version, but you know, you take it with a grain of salt. It's like I've said in every single episode video, it was free. There's absolutely no price paid for it. You didn't have to pay for a season pass. You didn't have to pay for DLC. And the way I look at this map is I enjoyed this map more than I did Sosnovka for FS15, which we like all paid. If you bought the gold edition, you paid like $20-some for to get that map and a kind of like 2 cheesy mod packs that came with it that like none of the stuff was even worth a crap. So I'm super excited about it, and we're even getting Lostberg, which I keep bringing that up because I know Landy Kid. If any of you guys go follow him, I don't have an actual relationship with him, but I enjoy, out of all the PC guys, there's Daggerwin, there's Brad M73, there's some really big, huge, popular YouTubers for Farm Sim, and that Landy Kid, he's one of my favorites. I've probably modeled more of my channel and more of how I do this probably after him. just because he does really good quality content, and he's just super chill when it comes to farm stuff. I get worked up when I get excited, but that's about it. And yes, for those watching later, she said you really can't complain, and that's you can't complain with this. Totally free, and it's a really solid map. He did an awesome job with the terrain mapping. I wish the edges of the field were a little better, but he was working off of the extended version, which they said the extended version would not work because of the size of the map and what the PlayStation and Xbox could process at one time. It was going to need to fit into a smaller bounds. So he went with his original Chellington, which was not the extended version that PC got. So he went and actually extended the map out and did that. So, hey, what's going on? Remember you from the other night. Welcome to the stream. So I can get some of this pushed back up there. Yeah, for those watching later, Paul said, yeah, you were pretty happy. Yeah, I was. I was like, all right, here we go, guys. New map. We are so excited. I still kind of am like that. If it's getting a little bit late here, but I'm still digging it. I'm still digging cutting grass, which is funny because I actually hate cutting grass. Yeah, if I was back at Goldcrest, I'd be like, God, do I really have to make more silage? I'm like, yes, I do have to make more silage. No, it doesn't. But I will say this, in all fairness, if you need a good, if you need good cash flow to just neither get started or it all plays down to strategy. If your strategy in playing the game is, well, I say play the sim, because it really is a sim. It's not a game. Call of Duty and the rest are games. This is actually a simulation, and a fair one at that. If you do silage and you stock this stuff up whenever you cut grass, you're gonna have to cut grass for a couple things. Whether you do cows, whether you do, whether you do any of the other animals, you're always going to have grass bales, grass feed for sheep, which is what I've got. I'm actually going to have some pretty decent money after this is done, so I'm going to load up on, I'm actually might buy and wash my tractor for the first time. It really hasn't rained but once since I started, so it's not really been properly cleaned. And I think it probably, at some point, I will go ahead and start purchasing new, I'll come in and start buying some new sheep, which will be really cool because I'll get the reproduction rate. The more sheep you have, the faster your reproduction rate is. Most people don't know that, but it's at 213 hours. My next animal is going to be in 101 game hours. So I only have 25% wool. That's ridiculously pitiful, but it's okay. Little 5 sheep, they're working hard. But silage is good if you're just doing this in between, and that's what I typically did in Goldcrest. I would make stuff for that, but then I would get enough bales to have even bales, and then I would stop making them. I'd windrow, wrap all that grass up, throw it in silage, and then when this sucker got 700-800, maybe 900,000 pounds in it, I would just cover it up, sell it, because I really never did the whole entire bin. I only filled this bin up halfway, and I'm it's still going. And I'm probably still got another $40,000 in the bin, maybe 50. So it's kind of hard to. And all the conveyor belts are leased, so I've got like $4,000 in the conveyor belts. And probably I would just go ahead and buy these conveyor belts. I'll count how many I've got. I think I got 1, 2, 3 middles, and then 2 on the ends. And then I'll just fold these up and kind of put them off to the side here. And then I'll just pull them out next time I do it. So running the conveyor belts makes it a whole heck of a lot easier, because you think about if you did the wheel loader and the silage fork, you are going to flip and be here for a long time. Way, 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 way too long. So, hopefully here pretty soon, I'm going to get some wool production up. That's my goal, because that's where the big money's at. Silage is okay, especially if you can get it to sell. Because I guess, what am I at now? See, it's at 377, so that's definitely like doable. But you're right, it's nothing like it was in 15. You could take a 6,000 pound bucket scoop off a wheel loader and make 20 grand on it. But I'm kind of glad. I mean, you know, it really doesn't get any easier in cutting grass. But it will be nice that all those silos have been fixed and I don't have to run the brush and figure out where I've got crap in the corners of the walls and all that mess again. So that'll be nice. They fixed all that and got it all squared away. And basically what I'm just doing here, I'm just kind of just pushing all this stuff up. I don't want to have to buy any more conveyor belts to push this stuff, to have to run them all the way down into the bottom of this. That's partially why I never fill this thing up all the way. I just don't have that kind of time to devote to setting up conveyor belts. But I mean, I'm gonna be close to 200K by the end of the night. That is awesome. So I want to throw this out there too, because I actually got quite a few people watching, and obviously got some faithfuls with us still on the stream from the past couple of nights. I appreciate you guys coming back. It means it does actually mean a lot. I'm not just saying that just to get a donation out of you, since I don't actually do that, but I do really appreciate that. So I think the one thing I'm going to maybe start doing for those of you that are on PS4. You know, especially, I always said, and we always said when we did Full Tilt Gaming, that we were going to use part of us doing YouTube and stuff to really put some spotlight focus on some of the guys that are really involved in the community and involved in YouTube, and just overall, you know, seem to be just really supportive people, whether you're male or female, it doesn't matter. So we thought it'd be really cool, man, to actually feature some of our subscribers and some of the guys in the community from the PS4 community, feature you guys like actually on the channel and actually go to your farms and help you work and do like a live stream from your stuff. So to keep that in mind, keep that, I mean, we'll definitely try to send something out in some type of a blanket, something or another, whether it's a video or something, just to let you know that that's happening. Then we'll have some way of like letting us know that you would be interested in doing that, and then you can kind of walk people through the farm. We can go help you see what your setup is and what you got going on, and we just make a weekly thing out of it. So yeah, and for those watching later, Spence said it's great that all three maps offer different experiences, if you know what I mean. And I do. There was a lot of people that complained about Chellington on the forums, on the Farm Sim forums. They were pretty ticked that it didn't have logs on it, which I was a little bit disappointed, I gotta admit. It was funny. I don't know how many have been watching. I know Paul's been watching, but I made the stupid bonehead comment. I was like, yeah, well, you could always, you know, plant some trees. Not thinking you have absolutely nowhere to sell them. I guess you could buy the wood chipper. I mean, you could plant them and then I guess chip them into the heating plant. I mean, I didn't think about that. I mean, that's viable. I mean, it doesn't require you to actually offload them anywhere. Anyway, moving on. And Sosnovka, you know, we've done logging on that one. I don't think Goldcrest necessarily plays itself completely to logging, but it definitely does offer both. But Sosnovka's really got some fantastic little logging areas on it. So that's kind of what we've always done with Sosnovka, because I guess back in 15 we had pretty much farmed ourselves to death on Bjornholm. and Westbridge was just, that was nothing but a huge farm map. So, this kind of opened the door when they pulled out Sosnovka to really do some logging on it. And Bjornholm had great logging areas, so that's kind of where we all got our start on that. So, I think it's cool that we do have all three. The Lossberg, like I said, is going to have logs on it, so that should quieten down a lot of those complainers on the forums. So we'll kind of, I don't know, we'll kind of see what transpires and when that sucker actually drops. Should be good. I was watching Landy Kid. He was doing some streaming from that a couple days ago. It's really cool to see that one. On the selling point, what is maize and OSD? Maize is corn. OSD. Did I miss something? You might have to tell me where you're seeing the OSD, because I might not be thinking anywhere near close to what you're thinking about. Is it the selling point over here? Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, wait a minute. That's OSR. Soy, sunflowers, potatoes, sugar beets, wheat, barley, maize. OSR. I don't know unless that is a modded crop from PC and that graphic never got changed, which that is completely entirely possible, because I don't think, where are we at here? There we go. Because let me look here. Wheat, barley, and maize is corn. You got potatoes. I don't think anything else can be put in there, so that's got to be. Yeah, that's got to be a modded crop that they had in PC. He just never changed the graphic over. Okay, I'm actually finding out what it is, because I'm intrigued now what OSR is. Wheat, barley, and OSR. Oh, oilseed radish. Yeah. Now, I didn't think well, I don't think you can cut oilseed radish, so unless that's a mod, yeah, that's got to be some kind of like far out mod that they've done for that, because I don't. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think you can, and I don't think you can with ours. I think oilseed radish, that's really just for us, is just a fertilizer. At least to my knowledge, I don't know. I'll tell you this, I'll try it out. I'll put some oilseed radish on the field and see if you can actually cut it. I doubt you can, but I think they really just use that as a fertilizer for us, but I'm assuming that maybe on PC, because I'm actually seeing that on a mod forum. What's this, farming 2017mods.com. So yeah, that's part of their mods that they've got in there. Yeah, so basically they kind of, they treat it as a oilseed radish, almost like a beet, like the radish, like the actual circular little golf ball radish that grows underneath the plant. I guess what they give us is just the plant itself, and that's what we chop up into the ground for fertilizer. So that's pretty quick pickup though. I've looked at that sign and I've not even paid attention to what OSR is. I don't know why you just didn't put it in there. Oilseed radishes. 211. Woo! Yeah. And that's some cutting grass. Now Paul can attest, because he's been here from like day one, Chellington episode 1. Yeah, I've cut a pretty good amount of grass. I'm not gonna lie, but it hasn't been that much. I actually like cutting grass better than I do running the harvester. I think you can too. Yeah, for those watching later, Paul said he thought you could sell in PC. I'm almost positive you can do that. If not, I guarantee you somebody's modded it in. I mean, it's kind of amazing when you look at the mods, because there's some really stupid stuff out there. I'm like, that's not even a real thing. It has taken me a while to upload this, but I tell you what, it's better than a wheel loader and a bucket any day. So I tell you what, Thomas, I might actually have to consider your idea of just maybe buying a tractor. If I get enough here, I might be able to get another smaller medium size. I don't know. I do like the Valtra. That would be nice on the grass cutting. I do like that one. I think that's about 180. I could get the stupid cow edition one and look like a dadgum cow riding around in the field. Now, for some of you that maybe are new on this, I brought it up earlier. You can see it here. We have a new Black Edition 8700 Massey Ferguson that's in the download store. They didn't make a big deal about it, so if you don't keep up with Facebook page or keep up with the forums, you wouldn't necessarily know it's there. I made an announcement on the forums. I mean, not on the forums, on the PS4 community. But we have a Black Edition double wheel Massey, which is actually the exact same as the red one. It's just black. But you know, thought you guys may want to know that if you didn't know that that's what we had. Yeah, I'm telling you, you know, you don't make as much money, but I started, let's see, you came in a little bit later. I was at 41, maybe 42,000. So I've really done more than that. I didn't realize, because really, see, I'm selling silage at 380, which is actually really, really good. And this is just cutting 20. I did cut 18 once and pulled some stuff on that, but pretty much what I do is I double cut 20 and I literally drive through the woods and dump it right into the pit. So it's actually convenient, and it's really nice that you actually have that field. That's the only reason I saw these grass fields, and I kind of immediately thought that's maybe where he wants people to start with silage in the grass areas. So yeah, it's just how I decided to roll with it. So I'm actually tickled. I'm not going to start weirdly laughing online, but yeah, I'm actually surprised that actually happened, and I've got this much for it. That is not bad. So there you go. So that proves that it can be done. I was a little bit worried that I was going to run out of money, honestly. So I know I'd said in the second video, basically just sell everything. Don't do anything. Just sell everything except your tractor, and then buy all your stuff you need for sheep. Get you some sheep going, and then get you grass going. So I actually would have had a little bit more in the beginning if had I not done some things kind of, you know, I did them a little bit back asswards. But I was a little bit too excited, so. Fan, I was a little bit worried since they cut the money mod out. I was a little bit worried that, you know, the streams wouldn't be as interesting because I would have just all the starter stuff and wouldn't have some of these, you know, wouldn't be able to involve some of the same equipment and get some of that stuff going, so I could kind of beat the punch. But I'm glad it's worked out this way, because this has been really good to kind of start back at the basics and actually have to work up. And me and Paul have talked about that before on stream, so it's cool. It's cool. I've enjoyed it. Wow, so you went after 15. You tackled it like a boss. Wow, okay. Well, kudos to you. I will not be touching 15. I'm sorry. That 15 can just stay bought down there, and it can just stay over there. I do want to go right down while this is finishing up. Let's go right. I'm gonna go right down and look at 15. I actually want to look at 17 too. That's the other monster of the game. Yeah, I love relationship. I love-hate relationship with some of these. Actually, let me go ahead and take this bucket over here before I lose it. Get this little bit of spit up. And this can be the 492. Surely that's not 500 pounds. That can be the new start of the second bin, right there. Y'all saw it here live. I do like the little storage areas. It's gonna be kind of cool. You definitely can, you know, put your crap in there, put your wheel loaders or whatever else, your levelers, or tractors, whatever else goes in there. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just go this way. Well, kudos to you. I would have never sat and done that. No way. Did you do it with the little tipper trailer too? Yeah, that'd be a better question, Paul, is how long did it take you? Oof. Yeah. No way. No way. Actually, now, I don't know. I'm thinking about, you know, we do own 9 and it's plowed and ready to go. Now, I'm not actually... Ooh, 4 hours. I will say that if I was going to be honest, I would say that 9 is probably one of my favorite looking fields because you don't have... Most of the outside fields have that crazy, goofy texture on the, you know, where it's just a 2D image. Basically, it's just standing, you know, north-south. But 9 is one of those big ones. Now, it does have that issue on the very far side over there. We'll go over here and look at it. I wish it wasn't like it's kind of cheesy, but I wish he'd have just built the terrain up. And without the collision camera, and you actually see through it, you can see how he built the map up and then did his stuff on it. But yeah, you can see it's just like a standing 2D image. 166. So let's see what my total pull from that silage was. About almost 700,000 pounds. So let's see. Silage. Where are they? Where are they? Biogas. So 200K. I literally cut grass for 2 days. Now this is at multiple times, like, you know, at night, couple hours here, couple hours here. You know, cut, windrowed, load the wagon, pull them in. Louise Smith come and said, I've completed 15 Nightmare. Yeah, more kudos to y'all for tackling it. I could maybe handle 6. I could maybe handle 11, but after that, I would be done. Stick a fork in me. I'm cooked. You know, honey, I'm coming in for supper because I'm done. No way I could do that. It reminds me a lot of doing 5 on. I did 5 harvest when I was doing the other ones. Not the other ones, when I was doing Goldcrest, and I did that. I think I really burnt myself out on harvesting. I was like, yeah, I can't keep doing this. This is ridiculous. Oh yeah, for those watching later, Dennis81 come in and said, I did 6 with that one, took the straw off at the baler, got busy for 6 hours including cultivating, so went for the bigger stuff. I say y'all did, man. More power to you. Yeah, so there's, I was always kind of interested if you back up, and I've got to disable the camera view, so you don't have any collision problems, but kind of see how the map was built up and where it is, and there's cars that drive. Now, I actually think that part of this, some of this was part of the original extended that was going to happen, but a lot of that he had to take out. Now, you can still see there's stuff like there's map pieces and there's other stuff that's kind of like all laying in there. So it's kind of funny to see how some of that stuff's laid together, and like all that stuff's running in the background. All those graphics are being displaced in the background, but we can't see any of it. So I don't know why the map couldn't have been a little bigger on that front, but anyway. It's kind of funny. There's your other. Say it's officially tomorrow for me, so that's your tidbit of the day. I do appreciate the fact that you could just hop through the hedges. I'm glad that they don't have a ton of zones on them. So let me ask you guys this, Dennis and Samantha. Did y'all? So I know Sam, you said that you did it all by hand. You actually didn't hire a worker. Did you do the same, Dennis? Did you hire any workers? Did y'all just flat, just take the cookie and all and just run with it? Shoot, I hired workers just to I hired workers just to do field 20 cutting grass. I was about to say, what the heck am I trying to do? Just trying to hook that thing up to the front loader. Now that would have been awesome if that mower would attach to the front loader. That'd have been one for the highlight reel right there. The workers? Yeah. It depends on how much my time's worth it. I mean, how much my time's worth. That's usually where I gauge that. I think it depends on the area. Now, I would okay, so all right, so anybody watching later, Samantha said, I'm so glad they gave us more slots now. Do you actually know if that was documented, or if you've seen that somewhere, or if like you read that somewhere like in a forum or something? Because I was kind of looking for it, and that may be on Farm Sim. I haven't been on like most of this afternoon, so I don't know if it's on there or not, but I'd love to know where that was, because I was going to kind of post that up and at least do some research and figure out what it is, so that way when I talk to people I can give them legitimate information. Costs money and I have to make money instead of losing it to home workers. I do use GPS mode after doing head acre there. So Dennis, are you on PC? If you got the GPS mode? Okay. All right. Well, everybody, don't talk bad about PC, because we've got PC guys in here. I'm just kidding. No, we actually envy y'all. we're so dadgum excited because it's our first modded map, and yeah, it's awesome. I can now actually see completely and totally why you guys get on PC and talk about how never to do it on console. I can totally see why you'd want to do that, because just seeing this, and this is like the bare bones minimum. Like, we didn't get the extended version. This is just like Chellington, like, this is like a corner of the biscuit, we don't even get the biscuit in the gravy. We just get like the corner of the biscuit and maybe a little bit of rub of butter on the top with a nice golden brown. But that's it. You know, nothing crazily fancy. So I'm a little bit envious of the PC guys when it comes to this game. I heard some audio. Might have been while I was by that water. Go ahead and save my game. I've gotten a little too much work there. Yes, we do, and we hate it. We really do. Actually, I'm really glad there's a PC guy in here. And you automatically sound like you're half decent. Here's my honest opinion, because now I'm personally an Apple guy. I do a lot of production stuff associated with different projects and whatnot, but I'm all Mac. You know, my desktop's Mac, everything in iPads, iPhones, everything. And I typically have not owned a PC since probably 2003 or 4. And I did used to do X-Plane on Mac. That was my first like real venture into simulation gaming. Even though it was Mac, it was still basically the same thing. It was just a different platform. So when I actually figured out about Farm Sim, I was like, wow, this is pretty awesome, because this is like pretty close to what you'd find in a sim. Wow, I've only got 2 packs of it. What's my wool at right now? Go sell it. Just because I can. Oh, no, I'm not. Anyway, back to my original thought. I kind of wonder why every single time that we get on the forums, the console guys get upset, and I understand why they get upset, because I think what it is, it comes down to a feeling of the console guys feel like Giants isn't really letting them know what's going on. It's kind of like, we sold you the game, we sold you the season pass, which for us was an extra. I don't know if anybody else could tell me what the season pass was. I want to say it was like $30, because the game itself was like $40 for console, which was more expensive than PC. Because I think PC could get off Steam for like $29.99. And then there's immediately mods to start downloading. So of course we didn't have any of that. But I think what it is, honestly, and you can tell me completely if you think I'm wrong on this, I think for the most part, consoles are getting close to, now I say close, and I use close very liberally, I think they're getting close to say that we've got a new map now, we've actually got some mods. No, and you're right, and for those watching later, Dennis said you got the game and some mods, but not all the mods, and you're exactly right, but I still think it's close enough, the fact that you can go out and buy a PS4 and you can literally get the controller and you can buy games from Christmas until the next Christmas. You never have to upgrade. You never have to worry about nothing. You can go play Battlefield without configuring your system. You can go play Call of Duty without configuring your system and your controllers. You can do all these things. Now, granted, it totally has its limitations, so don't get me wrong on that, but there's a couple of guys on the forums, and I could call them out by name because I hate when they join in the forum and questions that relate to console, because it's an immediate knuckle in somebody's back, and I'm like, dude, maybe people don't have the money for a PC. Maybe they don't want to spend the money on a gaming PC to properly run Farm Sim. But they can do console and do everything else. I honestly think there's a little animosity towards that, because yeah, you do have a lot of mods, but still the game itself and the way that the game looks is pretty close, minus the frame rate, to PC. Like, the texture resolution is very close. There's not a huge difference in it except for the frame rates, and that's where I think we do suffer on console, is frame rates and mods scripts. I really wish we had some of the course play scripts and the GPS stuff, man. Oh, that would be so awesome. That would be insane to have some of that stuff. Really talk about extending gameplay. But it's never going to come on here, and that's, it is what it is. That's my saying on my stream. I just ought to be full tilt gaming. It is what it is. So I just want you to know from the console guy here, a little envious of PC guys, but definitely I definitely don't talk crap about the PC. Now I might talk crap about the PC people, but that's because of the kind of people they are. Let's see. Actually, I was going to take this on the other side, but I'm going to go check and make sure we got everything out of the bin. And I may just go ahead and pull a few of those things out of the way. But yeah, Dennis, I guess to finish my thought, I got sidetracked there for a minute. I know we're getting Lostberg. They confirmed that. So that was really cool. We're excited about that. Now, I will say this, even with this being the, I kind of will call this the hacked up version. I guess there's the extended version offered a lot more field selling points and all this other stuff. We only got the one from the Chellington up here at the biogas. But you can tell that it had a lot more going in it, a lot of more textured buildings. Oh wow. Well, that's impressive. Yeah, I actually started looking at some gaming PCs because I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, I might have some console defectors off the stream after they hear me make this comment. But I gave some serious, legitimate thought, and I still am to go in PC. I mean, there's a certain level of frustration. Now, is that here for like the channel or just here for like console in general? I mean, not that it really matters. I just didn't want to open my mouth and be like, "Oh, thanks for the compliment." And you'd be like, "Yeah, that wasn't a compliment to you." I mean, I've the extension. I think the vanilla game itself is the same for a lot of it. Um, yeah, I mean, the PS4 just got a Pro version, which the Pro version gives you 2K, 3K, and 4K gaming capabilities if the game itself offers the high enough resolution for it. Now, a lot of that is sharper image. It's a bigger resolution of image. It's a few different things wrapped all into one case. But at least with Farm Sim, they're actually offered some Pro enhancements. So if you own the PS4 Pro, which I think is like $499, if I could find a gaming PC for $500 that would give me what a console would, I would buy it. Now, problem is, I don't think a lot of times there's kind of a catch-22 when you go buy a PC that cheap. You're always going to get a component that's off, or you're not going to get something that's strong in a particular category that eventually you're going to wind up replacing. I mean, at least to what I did know from my earlier days with PC, and I used to do some PC gaming, not a ton, but I did try to venture and dabble into it. But I mean, I think if you could find it, I think you'd probably find a lot of people that would run over there. I just don't think it's a lot of time it's feasible for some people. But if you do play all the other games, you know, the one thing is it is pretty cool that you could just pop in Battlefield, play it. You could pop in, play Call of Duty. You could pop in any other racing sim. You could do anything and still have all the amenities of having it all in one system, download it onto your system and have DLC and all the rest of it, and not ever have to really change anything. So there's pros and cons to both. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. Unfortunately, there's just a lot more going on PC, and they've had a lot. I also heard that there's a lot of hoops to jump through. All right, thanks. Appreciate that, Sam. Or Samantha, sorry. I don't know if you go by Sam. That's just the southern short for Samantha. So, If you don't mind, I'll just call you that. But yeah, I appreciate it, and we'll be seeing you. Yeah, yeah, that's the biggest thing. I mean, it depends on what you're going to use it for. And I honestly would just use it for sim. I'm not even I'm not even a hardcore gamer when it comes to that stuff. Like I'm playing a lot of Steep right now, which is the new snowboard winter sports game for that just come out from Ubisoft Annecy, I believe. If I said that right and didn't butcher the name. It's awesome. I mean, it's awesome. But yeah, yeah, yeah. PC mods for GTA are insane. But if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe they make money, or maybe they do make money. People just hack it and don't care. They make money off of shark cards for GTA PC. I'm not sure, but I want to say they might. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's so consoles a racket in in a lot of ways. Um, I've looked at a couple of different stuff. Just when it pertains to trying to find a gaming PC, because I honestly really, and if I ever come across something that's just too good of a deal to pass up, I've really been looking at because the one thing I thought the cool thing now, I think it's the G960 or 920, whatever, which one it is. It's the steering wheel that goes with the PS4 and PC. So if you still would kept up PC when it comes to racing games or anything else, so there's doing stuff like that and being able to extend the gameplay for console and PC, have the steering wheel and throw the other stuff in there. Is there for Mac? Yes, you can do FS17 for Mac, but here's the catch on that. Most of the mods that come in, they still do the exact same thing on Mac. The thing about Mac is you cannot upgrade. Now, if you go with one of their tower, you're talking easily over 2 grand. I mean, the iMac that I have was 2300, and it is not even like gaming PCs would performance wise would completely smash my computer out of the ballpark. But with Apple and their Pro apps that I use Final Cut and Logic Pro, their music and video production. So whenever you use those, the stability is insane, and that's why people buy Apple. So, but you can't replace a graphics card. You can't go in and replace, I want to just go in and replace the motherboard. I want to get something that processes a little faster. I'm thinking about maybe moving up to the i7. So, we might put the i7 in and install the drivers. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So, that you can't break into a Mac. Once you broke into a Mac, if it's not done by an authorized guy, you're done with it. So I think the mods and everything work, but the catch with the Macs that you get into is the software that's used with all the extra stuff, the joysticks, the wheels. A lot of that stuff has a lot of really cool configuration programs that do not work with Mac. Now, you might be able to use it on a Mac. Most of them you're going to be able to use it, but you're not going to be able to actually do any kind of like major configuration with it. So, that's where, because trust me, if it was, yeah, I'd probably be looking at it for Mac. But like anything Satec, anything Logitech, any of those, you're always going to run into big issues when it comes to Mac because they don't offer those configuration programs. Most of the time, they don't offer them for Mac. Stability's there. You definitely don't have to watch. You really don't have to ever watch out about. If anybody knows what I'm wanting to do here, I'm actually going to take all these back to the shop because I'm actually going to buy some, so I don't need to lease these anymore. So I guess if you flipped from one side to the other and went, if you're on a Mac and use some of these other ones and then came back and, say went and played another game, then you came back to it. There's a good chance without that software on there that you're going to have to redo all your buttons if you're running, peripherals and that kind of stuff. Um, I was going to ask you about that because there's another one. Let me return that. Let me see. Let me look at my history here and see if I can figure out which one it was. Okay, well, I'm not finding it right now. Oh. Okay, anyway, it was Cyber something. Cyber gaming PC, something like that. The price, I think some of the Alienware that was being sold. Oh, it took out my tire. Oh, don't honk the horn at me. Oh. So, funny story about that is, so in America we always look left everywhere because oncoming traffic's always coming left. So one of the hardest things that I have yet to been able to master in this game is looking right before I turn right, because that just seems odd to me. And traffic on the console here does not have much of a braking. They just kind of keep on going. And if they do stop, the one thing you don't want to do is have them sandwich you, because if they sandwich you, you can't get out of that one because they won't back up. Well, I've got to say this was well worth it. Yeah, another thing, Dennis, was they took our. Actually, I might be able to hook these together. I don't know if I can do that or not. Another thing they did was they took the money mod away from us. Y'all got a nice money mod. Y'all can just kind of inject yourself with, a few billion cash, I guess, if you really wanted it. But yeah, they took ours away. So. So we have no money. Alright, not gonna let me hook that up, so that's okay. Good thing we're right here by the store. That's it. Look left every single time. Yeah, we just finally got the update for console, and we just now got camera sensitivity. So I feel like, we're like cooking on high. I mean, this is crazy. We got a new map. We got camera sensitivity. It's like, man, watch out. Pretty soon we're gonna have modded tractors, and we're gonna have some, we're gonna have some scripted logging machines that we can open and roll the window down and get a fresh breath of fresh air while we're doing our logging. Not really, I'm just kidding. For anybody out there watching, we're not really getting that stuff. I've always said that we could get some of that stuff. We could get course play. We could get GPS. We could get any of that stuff. What it takes, though, it takes giants to code that into an update build for us. That's what it would take. So don't look for that to happen. And I don't say that as just, oh, you're the typical PC guy. Oh, you're not gonna get it. It's scripted. You can get it if they decide to put the script in there, because oh man. Alright, so those watching later, I'm laughing at Dennis. He said we can change the XML file for the money. So they did it to use the farm and then reset it to the 20 and then go on from there. So yeah, that's great. I think the new mod now is you can fill the bale trailer up with 16 bales. You can take and sell it and then reset that bale, and it'll have 16 bales in it. So you can make your money $58 a bale at a time. Sounds exciting, right? Oh, y'all still have like an actual like money mod though that someone's actually made, don't they? That you actually download it. At least that was what I was assuming. Maybe that's what you're saying. They took that out. I still don't understand that. I've been talking about that some in this stream earlier before you jumped in. So if there's any watching that have already heard this, I apologize, but it's hard to find 4 hours of talking material. But we're doing it. But I think, oh shoot, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry guys, I don't even have a clue what I was saying. Oh yeah, I do know now. I don't understand why they would take it out, because we're not a farm sim is not a pay to play. We don't pay money for DLC and then in-game DLC. Oh yeah, you just don't use that, yeah. Oh, I just pulled out in front of them. Make you wait. They drive Cadillacs in the UK, because I think that's what that is. Yes, they took that out for they took that out for console too. And my only complaint against that, and I have to be honest and fair to myself. I mean, the only reason I used it was now this is kind of laughable. Now, if your PC, so you won't quite catch the irony and the humor in this, but any of the console guys will completely catch it, because part of it is we don't get stuff all the time, so we were really hoping and really kind of hopeful that there was going to be lots of DLC and stuff to spend money on, actual game money. We thought there was going to be lots of mods, because they basically told us. And so I was like, okay, so this would be actually, this will be great. We'll have lots of stuff coming out. We'll have lots of stuff to spend money on. So we were just thinking strictly from the YouTube channel side of it. This will be great to have some of this just for us to be able to have it and then be able to review it and do something. It was like they took it away. I was like, dadgummit. So now we actually freaking gotta get out here and chop grass and cut grass for like 3 days so we can get 250,000. So, but I gotta say, I have actually, in defense of that comment, I've actually had fun doing this. So, and partially it's been made fun by most of the guys here on the stream. You guys have been, yeah, I mean, I hate to say like you guys have been great, but you really have. Y'all have been very talkative in the chat, which just makes a world of difference for me. If chat drops off, I drop off, because I don't know when to shut up and stop talking. Yeah, that's when I first did this particular map, I kind of did some things backwards, but I just couldn't get down there and do 15, 11, and 6 like y'all troopers did. I just couldn't do it. I was just like, you know what? If I had the New Holland 1090, or I had that axial flow, the big one at the end with that 45-foot cutter head, I'm like, yeah, I could do that. I mean, I'd still set a worker off to do it. I wouldn't do it by myself. Screw that mess. I run tipper trailer. Now, one thing I do, and I'm actually going to do a video on this here pretty soon, is I man 3 harvesters myself and actually keep all 3 of them going around the field. So, doing like 17, 16, 15, like that actually wouldn't be that bad, depending on how the workers react to the weird cut edges. But yeah, well, thanks for saying that. I appreciate that. For those, especially console guys, later on, for fear of retribution in the PC world, commenter not named says, but yeah, I hope your console users get helped by modders because Giants is not delivering, and you're really exactly right. Um, I think it's a money game. I know enough about how games and how developers and how companies and I know enough about how they work. You got to look at Sony, Microsoft. They're two totally different entities that have their own separate rules. Even though they're all probably similar, they're still different. And I think Giants. I will say this: I don't believe for console. Now I've always been excited for Farm Sim since 15 cap. Good God! Oh, I think I've always been excited about it, but I've always been excited, especially for 17, because of the hype. I've never seen a company be so successful at hyping, driving circles and squares around farm. I have never. I'm enamored by the ability of them to completely sell the hype of this game. I was so hyped about it. I was like, I will give you my underwear and my socks for next year if this is a reality, if this thing happens. I mean, yes, mods are coming to console, and it's not that they've lied, it's not that they've done anything wrong. It's just that when you think about other games that we play, you think about your Divisions, your Massive, Ubisoft, any of the bigger conglomerate companies. Anytime you start thinking about and talking about those particular companies, they've just got a much bigger cash flow than obviously what Giants does. But Giants, here's the thing that still gets me, and I make this comment every single stream. Giants even released and said they sold 1 million copies of Farm Sim. That in itself is absolutely unreal, to think that 1 million copies of that were sold at either $40 or $50. And I mean, even I know you've got a lot of distribution fees, you've got Sony download fees, you've got all their store fees, you've got Microsoft, Xbox Live store fees. Obviously, I know you've got those kind of things that are from their company. Not to mention you've got the workers that have to be paid to keep that on itself. But even if you took 1 million copies, let's just see here, and times $40, that is $40 million they have made. Let's just say at $40, because at some point the amount of season pass that were bought off console equaled the $10 less that guys bought it off of Steam, so or at least bought hard copies. So Giants fees, yeah, honestly, dude, you're right. I mean, because it was $75 to buy the D, and here's the y'all are gonna get me on a. Look at this. I'm getting all upset. My watchers, my subscribership here is going up. Here's the thing that would really get your goat, Dennis. Go. I don't even know if I see. I can't put a picture in here. I think that's against the rules. Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, I mean, there's a ton in console. Like, there's a ton actually in the console. When you start looking through the multiplayers, there's like 100 multiplayer server rooms, and they're all. Now we can only have 6. And we've got terrible multiplayer lag. That's why people don't play multiplayer, because they've never figured out a way to get the ridiculous multiplayer lag out of the equation. But here's the kicker. That $79 that Paul's referring to, that $79, if you bought the season pass and the game, only gets you a discount on the game, on the actual stuff that Giants actually develops for the game. It only gets you a discount. That to me is new, because when we bought season pass, they did not say that it was for a discount. If they said it was for a discount, I'd have told them to take their discount and shove it, because there was no way that I was going to pay $30. You can go get a year's worth of DLC from Division, Call of Duty, Infinite Warfare, Battlefield. You might pay $100 for it, but you're going to get crap every single couple of weeks, or at least every month. There's something new coming out. There's a new expansion coming out. Now, I will say this. If they put out and start putting out some rad maps for us, okay, I can maybe look at some of that, and I can maybe go along with some of that. But if they don't, and they pull up this same bullcrap of giving us another forage harvester for a download, and they're going to charge us $4 for it, yes, I am not lying. Yes, Let me see. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna watch the stream. I don't think it's gonna let me because this would actually be my account info. Well, it's not account info, but I don't know that it's gonna let me show this on the stream. Yeah, no, it's not. Just hang with me because I'm looking for something. The stream's not gone, so don't leave me yet. Let's see. Is it in here? Certainly, it's got to be in here because I'm looking through my menu right quick. Okay, yes. So buying the season pass gives you a discount on upcoming DLC released items. So yes, we still have to pay for DLC. Yes. Ain't that some crap? And that was not something that I don't believe anybody was told. So along with not getting great mods, now they're starting to trickle in. We've obviously got this new map. It's not the extended version, which I can deal with. It's fine. I still like what I've gotten so far. I don't know that Giants is going to deliver anything better because they delivered Goldcrest, and I really kind of hated it from the whole entire get-go. There are bits and pieces of it that I like, but that's pretty much it. There's not really much of that I actually really like. So, I mean, I'm not exactly sure if that's a typo, but I know somebody brought that up in the forums, and they couldn't believe that we were still having to pay for DLC. And we weren't going to get that. I couldn't believe it either when I saw that. So you got to be kidding me. There's no way that can be true. And then I went and looked at it in the PlayStation store, and sure enough, it had been changed to say that we would get a discount on our items, and we wouldn't get them for free after we paid $30 for them. I was like, you know what? These better be some freaking good DLC, because they got my money. I can't go back and get it back from them. So I can't stop playing the game because that doesn't hurt anybody but myself. So yeah, now that I'm in a bad mood. I'm just kidding. That's pretty crazy. So I guess I say all that. I actually kind of had to hold myself back there a little bit and not get too, because maybe not everybody in here really even cares about that. And if you don't, it's fine. But I guess to kind of finish that thought, if you ever want to know why console players get so upset, especially like in the farm sim, because there's some real jerks in the farm sim community that are PC players, and if those PC players actually knew, I think, how the console players feel like they're screwed. It's not just the fact that it's not that they feel like PC players are just ridiculously conceited about having a PC, or that they're somehow better than them for having a PC versus console. It's the fact that they've been kind of, I don't want to say sold a lie, but they've been sold a certain hype for a game that is not being delivered on any level whatsoever. I mean, your surprise and your comment in that tells me everything I need to know. So that would be, that's the big thing, and that's my thing. I mean, I'm still trying to really enjoy it. I'm streaming gameplay. I still love the game. I just don't like the way that they've handled and conducted their business outside of how they finish this off. So I really hope that they deliver on some really top-notch DLC. If they deliver on the top-notch DLC, I think there'll be some point of it will be redeemable. But here's the thing. I can't for the life of me understand why they won't say anything. They don't tell us anything. They don't say, hey guys, Don't get your panties in a wad. Here's the latest new hype video from your first expansion coming after Christmas. It's going to literally knock your socks off. And then you would have every single console player in there jumping up and down for joy because they're actually going to get something. So, you know, I just I can't stress that enough. Gaming nowadays, okay, perfect example. Thank you, Louise. I appreciate that. The gaming today has entered a different realm. You look at America now. You said you're Euros, and so I'm not sure if it's early morning for you over in if it's early morning in Europe for you or not. But in America, American politics, American business, everything is marketed to people on such a personal note. Gaming has become that personal note as well, and I think the division found out the hard way that if they screw people over just because they got their money doesn't mean they're not going to get any more of it. And I think they had to make a decision that, well, if we're going to get any more of their money, we're going to have to fix the game. And they did. But the thing about what they did was they offered, now I'm not suggesting that Giants needs to gather every week and do a state of the game, because their player base and their money base is not nearly what Massive and Ubisoft is. And I get that. I understand that. But the thing about it is that we literally asked for like 3 weeks. When's the patch coming? When is anything coming, so that we just at least have a time frame of when does this stuff happen? You know, PC guys have had 3 patches. Obviously, you're too cheap to pay for the download for Sony, so where does that leave us? How much longer? What are we doing? Nothing. And that's the part that amazes me. I'm like, you just took $40 million from people, and yet you can't get on the forums and answer some simple questions about what to expect. I mean, that's kind of just like the simple ways of like how businesses is run nowadays. So that's my one beef. If they would change that, then I think everything would I think if they did that, then I think everything would really start to tone down, especially from the console guys, and would really tone down their rhetoric, especially when it comes to other PC players, because PC players just kind of jump into that. Because here's the thing, even if you guys don't get a patch for something, somebody will mod it out. You'll have somebody come in there and just throw up a mod and be like, oh, okay, well, shoot that, fix that, so we're good to go. We can't modify anything in that way. So, that's what we're completely and utterly dependent on Giants to do it. And if they don't want to do it, then we are just screwed and up the creek without a paddle. All right, well, it's dark and I don't actually know what I did with my mowers. How embarrassing. I was going to get everything back here on the farm, and then tomorrow night stream I'm going to decide what kind of tractor to buy. Exciting times on the farm indeed. See, I don't think I left them down here. Actually, I may have. Nope. Still only got those 2. Alright, well, I'll find them later. Anyway, well, I guess I'll go ahead and get this thing parked up, get things kind of closed up for the night. It's getting pretty late here. Guys, I have thoroughly enjoyed the conversation tonight. I'm glad, Dennis, that you jumped in. It was a joy to talk to you, my friend. I know it's always good to get around and talk gaming and talk about what's going on and what's happening in the world of the lovely farm simulator. Yeah, so anybody watching later says Giant says that has to do with scripts, and that it has to do with PCs can handle scripts better than console. And yeah, you're right to an extent. Now some scripts I will agree with you. I think Courseplay, GPS, some of those maybe are a little extraneous for console to be able to process all that, but the opening doors and the animated doors, animated windows, animated everything. Now they said that console would not have that. They said that was a script. It was written into the game that wasn't originally the base game, and then here we are. We get mods with scripts in it. We got animated doors with scripts on it. So I mean, it's like, okay, at some point or another, you got to make your mind up. Like, we can't have them, or we can just have some, not all. So oh, it just gets me frustrated because there's just no communication. If they just opened their mouth and talked and said, "Hey guys, here's what you could do. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what you're going to get for this. Here's what you're going to get for if you bought this," and then that'd be it. And we'd all say, "Okay," because then the decision is with us, is to say, "Okay, do you want to pay the $25 or the $30 for this? Do you want this DLC? Do you want to buy this, or do you want to just save your money and then possibly move into the PC realm?" Um, well, I think we can too. Yeah, later on, even watching later, he said that he thinks that we can have them, and I think we can. And I think it goes back to what needs to happen is Giant needs to put that into the base of the game. It needs to be delivered as a update. It needs to be delivered as something that we all have access to, and is because I used to work a lot with 3D with X-Plane 3D, and running with data refs and scripts inside of the sim and the 3D models. That's how the animations, that's how they talk to the sim and the fit and the engine that actually drives everything. So they can actually go into the code and say, okay, we're going to add this, and this is going to do this, this, and this, and then they release that part of the build as an update, as an install script that PlayStation delivers to us, and it installs those files where it is, and then that allows modders to come in on the backside and be able to put those types of scripts inside of their models for us to use. So that's how it's got to happen. I mean, they can sit there and say it's not going to happen all day long, but problem with PC is that guys can just do it at their own risk. You can imagine if you had 100,000 people playing Farm Sim and it crashed all because of a brand new mod on Friday, and Sony and Microsoft got 100,000 crash reports because of Farm Sim, someone's going to have to pay for it. So, yeah, that's, okay, and you said, let's see, and Dennis said this is the first console version, right? They had 14 on console, 15 on console, and 17 on console. So this is the third version of Farm Sim on console, if that's the question that you're posing there. This is the second patch version, I think. So this is not the original. This is actually the second patch, I believe, that we've gotten for the game. I think. So I hope that was part of your question there to ask. So, interesting stuff nonetheless. I mean, they've got a long way to go, and I do have to say, well, I can say this all day long, but I think at some point they're going to have to figure out where they're going to go with this and how they're going to have to figure out how they're going to promote themselves back, and kind of, I don't want to say getting good graces with console guys, but they said that 500,000 people. Yeah, see, yeah, you're exactly right. If those watching later says right, didn't notice that, so you would think that they would have full support for console now. Yeah, you would think so. Um, it's there are so many people that came on the forums and said this is going to be a glorified version of Farm Sim 15, and there was a lot of us, including myself, that said you're absolutely crazy. That's not going to happen. This is a brand new game now. See, granted, I mean, you know this from playing PC, they only come out with this stuff every 2 years. So it's not like they didn't have enough time to come up with and a new and refined version. You you look at the way things look. Okay, and this is not picking on Oxygen David either. I don't want anyone to think that. The side of this texture. Look at this. This texture is like a washed out version of I don't know what. And that's not his fault, because he clearly said in his forum post that he had to change all of these buildings, had to be changed because his texture file was too large. And this was what Giants wanted him to go with, so that we would notice that there was a difference in the barns, but that, especially at the farm, but that was the only major visual change that we accepted. But you tell me that this is what they can run. Now let me go pull up some Call of Duty. Let me go pull up some GTA. Now I know the way GTA handles its engine and its map drawing. I understand that's different, but still, you're talking about a huge, like 6 or 7 mile expansive playground, open sandbox where you've got 30 people on multiplayer all being processed on console and Xbox and PC, and you tell me that they can't do anything better than a texture like this on the side of a building in a farm. Like, you've got to be kidding me. And I think I would say this, and then I'll leave with this final thought, because I would almost like I would almost yeah, Dennis said he was looking at the exact same wall. Um, I would almost say that, I'll just kind of leave my thought with this. Um, I don't necessarily think. Now, there was some really stuff when 17 first hit and they released that CGI trailer that was breathtaking. Whoever did that CGI trailer was awesome. Um, I still have pictures of that CGI trailer all over my desktop for my computer and everything. Stuff was great. But anyway, um, the biggest thing that I've sit there and I looked at when I saw that stuff, I was like, you know what? It's not the console that's the problem. And I say this lightly, and I don't put Sony and Microsoft in the same boat. I don't even put him in, because I mean, I put Giants in there. I think it's the engine. I think it's the engine can't process it, because you can go on GTA and you've got explosions, you've got custom cars, you've got complete full reflections in the cars, you've got chrome reflections. You ever looked at chrome in Farm Simulator? It looks like a piece of glass. It's ridiculous. Even on PC, chrome looks terrible. So you know, you've got some of these game engines that are able to provide. I mean, Battlefield is a completely destructive, huge environment with 64 people doing it, riding horses, flying planes, shooting tanks, and you tell me that they can't put some wheat in the middle of the field and us not have frame rate issues. There's just something about it that I don't get, and I don't know where that comes from. I personally think it's in the engine. I don't think it has to do with Giants. I don't think it has to do with Sony or Microsoft. It's not the modder's fault. I think it's the fact that they're using an outdated engine that is not keeping up with what's going on. If they were to jump into the massive boat, the way Division does their real-time loading, the way that Battlefield and Call of Duty moved their kind of stuff, there's no reason why this stuff should be a little bit better than what it is. Yes, 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 yes. Plus 10 to what Dennis just said. It's the engine, improved crops and cattle is looking better. I saw some gameplay with their tire compression in game. They've got a Kickstarter going off. I don't know if I'm going to like go that route, because I don't think any of that was going to go console. At least I've not seen anything yet that's like intriguing me to think that they're going to go that way. But if that comes out for PC and they put the diligent work in making that, because what the only competition that they have is Farm Sim. You're a professional farmer, total waste. There was that other one that came out on console. I can't remember what it was. Total waste. Perfect example. It still had dynamic terrain. That's the amazing thing. It still had dynamic terrain. Hey, what's going on, man? What is going on? Welcome. We're just kind of finishing up last conversation. It's kind of a little vent session from the console guys. So, welcome to the stream. But yes, that was the big thing for me. That was just, it was amazing. I was like, even professional farmer has dynamic terrain. The soil actually looks wet when you put, liquid fertilizer on it. So, man, let me tell you something, dude. I have been chill for like 4 hours, and then Dennis, the PC guy, come in here and got me all worked up. But it's all good though. It's all good. So yeah, there's just like some things like cattle crop. If they get the oh yeah. I saw Brad's M73 do some streaming on it, and I saw him do some streaming on it, and he was just like, in his normal voice, he's like, okay, what is this? It's like, what kind of harvester is this? Because everything was all like all bland colors, but still, it's like they can say dynamic terrain. I'm like, if you had a crappy game like that, it still had dynamic, even though it was crappy, they still just didn't have the physics right in the game. But still, I was like, there's so much room to improve. But I guess when you're the top dog, you don't really have to do anything until anybody comes up and provides you with any kind of competition. And that's where it happens. If the competition's there, then we, the consumer, are going to do nothing but reap the benefits from that. Because if Giants wants to make any more money, they're going to have to pony up, because you got 500,000 people PC bought the game through Steam. No, this isn't multiplayer, man. It's just I was doing career, just started off with Chellington. I still only have like one tractor, so even if it was multiplayer, nobody'd have anything to drive except the one tractor. Um, but just I guess I guess I'll sit here and talk about this the rest of the night. So yes, I'll just leave that the way it is, because I'm sure at some point that will come back up again. So it's actually getting late here for me, so I'm actually going to go ahead and wrap things up. I wanted to let, if any of those guys if any of you that are watching now, I'm going to start with Game Show here in the near future, so all these will be able to you'll put some stuff up on the screen, put the chat and everything up, as well as we'll have all that stuff available for us after when this stuff goes away, because obviously none of these comments and stuff will be in chat, and you won't be able to see them once the video compresses in YouTube. So it's kind of a shame. I enjoy the banter back and forth, and enjoy talking, and a great appreciation to all you guys that have come through the stream tonight and have chimed in on stuff. It really, I appreciate it. It makes it a whole heck of a lot better for me. Makes it interesting, gives me something to talk about. So I am down most every night, and I'm down almost every night to do this. So subscribe. You'll obviously get notified whenever I go live, which is usually around, I would say, 10 or 11 Eastern. That's pretty much when I go live. So feel free to hit me up anytime. Like I said, subscribe if you're on PS4. If you are looking for a farming community, we've got one it's Full Tilt Farming. It's not actually gaming, since it actually is farming community. We actually named it farming, so it's Full Tilt Farming. You can find it on the PS4 list. We've also got some other videos and some other stuff going on that we'll be getting out here in the next couple of days. So Monday, the rest of my crew should be here, so we'll all be in party, and we'll be bantering back and forth. So it should be a little bit more fun, and we have a great time. So it should be something good. So I appreciate whoever just gave a dislike. It's random. We just leave the stream, and you don't have to dislike. It's stupid. Anyway, appreciate you guys. I will see you all maybe tomorrow night. Subscribe, and I will see you there on the farm. See you guys. Thank you.